Hi, everybody. How are you? It's Raven J here. It's bedtime for the toddlers, so they're putting up a fight, and they aren't happy about it. And you can probably hear that. I want to get a couple of things at the beginning of the show. I want to get out of the way. One is if you look down below, you'll see a link for Patreon. Please, please, please consider becoming a patron. I want to give a quick hello and shout out to the only two patrons that I have, Serious Mind and CRB Vegas, CBR Vegas, CBR Vegas. And um, and I am so grateful to them. And if you were to become patrons, I would be so grateful to you as well. So with that part out of the way, let me bring Serious Mind in to say hello. And more than that, but starting off with hello.
Hello. It was kind of funny. You mentioned my name just as I was showing up in the background.
I saw that. I saw that. So, hi, how are you?
I'm all right. I'm doing okay today. How about
Well,
you?
that's good. I'm all right. Hey, what's up? Jonah's out there. Hi, Jonah. So, yeah, we I wasn't sure if I was gonna come on earlier,
Hmm.
and then Peach and I decided to do some last minute rearranging of like office space.
Hmm.
If you look behind me there,
Hmm.
the fireplace mantle,
Yeah, yeah.
that's decorative. Um, but that's where I broadcast from. Normally, there used to be a desk there that would it was a hang on the wall desk.
Yeah, yeah.
It's actually blocking the hallway over here now, because I don't know what to do with it. Because I don't want to get rid of it. I want to keep it because it's a very handy, piece of furniture. It's got a bracket. You hang it on the wall, and then you hang the desk on the bracket.
Hmm.
It's a great piece of furniture. Um, But this where I am now is where Peach had been working from home.
Hmm.
Um, but because it's colder down here in the winter, she had gotten used to doing it from the bedroom.
Hmm.
So this whole area, I have a great big desk. It's a big office desk with all
Hmm.
kinds of drawers. It's a nice desk um, that wasn't being used.
Hmm.
So instead of coming on earlier, we're really quick just rearranging all down here.
Cool.
Yeah, that's a lot of information. So
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, for no reason. But
Well,
whatever. I mean,
cool.
whatever.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, we had I was doing some role playing game stuff with some friends earlier tonight. Like from
Okay.
like till about 6 o'clock, I guess. And then we had dinner and Indian delivered. And Suzanne was out of town and she came back this afternoon. Um, she was down in, so her granddaughter had her kidney function is bad, down to 15%. So she's going to be, they're going to start cross matching her for a kidney transplant, which is probably going to be in May. Um, and I guess what they're going to be doing between now and then is having all the tier one donors, kind of go through and see who's a match, if anybody, and if that doesn't work, then move on to the tier two, um, which includes her father and her uncle. Um,
Scary stuff.
yeah, yeah, it is. Well, that's the thing, because I mean, at 15%, I mean, basically she's compensated because it's basically been a problem her whole life. But I mean, if they can't do the surgery relatively soon, or if it doesn't take, then she doesn't have a lot of time. So it's a nervous time. But but I mean, the thing is they said that she's a good candidate. That all the things that need to be right in order for to have a good chance of success are all there. So if the transplant works out well, then she should be, then she can live a decent life.
Scary.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's the thing. I mean, she in utero, her umbilical cord got twisted, and so she was born with all sorts of problems. She had a hole in her heart. Her lungs were too small, so she
Oh
needed.
my god.
Yeah, she had like six different things wrong. Um,
How old is she now?
7. So she'll be 8 in a couple months. But yeah, I mean, she spent the first 6 months of her life in the hospital. This is the thing. Okay, you have several children, and some of them have some difficulties. The thing that it's important that we do not marginalize people with difficulties, whether they're physical, mental, emotional, whatever they are. I'm totally 100% on board in that. But there's just like people and that want to act like a disability isn't a disability. Well, it is. That doesn't mean we shouldn't denigrate people who have disabilities, but let's not pretend that disabilities aren't disabilities.
Right. Exactly. I agree. Is that it's like you don't even know what to say anymore.
Yeah.
Like we've gotten to the point where it's just like it's almost like if you hurt anybody's feelings in any way, you're a bad person, or that everyone should take everything. Like if somebody used the word stupid, and remember a few years back there was this whole big thing about stupid. I got no problem with the word stupid. I don't think anybody should. I personally don't think anybody should, because it's no longer a word that's used in a medical sense in any way, shape, or form. It's
right. It's not something that we say to people with developmental or cognitive problems. Right. We say it to able people who don't use the faculty. And then someone said, well, that's still bad because you're still saying, like, well, I'm not saying that that someone who doesn't have the capacity is a bad person. I'm saying a person who has the capacity and doesn't use it is kind of a bad person.
And I think at any time period that you live in, we have words for people that annoy us because they do things that are
annoying,
stupid.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And there's always words for those people. And just because the word that we currently use derived from somewhere else, some other use, doesn't mean that it's not a valid word to use in the way that we're using it.
Right.
And that's kind of, and it's really hard to say. I mean, it's hard to say that in a way that's easy to understand, because the whole idea of calling somebody who's completely able-bodied stupid, it's kind of
we're not saying that it's bad to be a person with cognitive difficulties. We're saying it's bad to be mentally lazy when you have the ability to learn or think or do don't.
Right. So it's that kind of a thing where everybody's afraid that somebody's going to insult them, or that anything is automatically considered an insult, and then that insult ends up getting kicked around to everybody else. It's like, well, it came from here, so it's an insult to these kind of people, and these people used it, so therefore it's an insult to them because you're stealing their identity. It's like, okay, everybody needs to calm down.
Yeah. Plus the fact that language does change. Yep. It does evolve, and so the same people will accept that other words change, so it's like, well, why not these? Because to me, like I said, here's the problem of constantly changing a word. Because people are going to continue to, denigrate people. Okay, like I said, if someone's being what you and I would call stupid, we're going to call them something.
Right.
So okay, you think about, we don't use the R word anymore. You know which word I'm talking about.
Right.
Okay, fine, that's good. Because obviously it felt like it was an attack on people who were, where the medical term, where that medical term was being used. So we don't even use the medical term anymore.
Right.
So
right, exactly. There was an overlap where it was an insult at the same time that it was a medical term, and that makes that a big no-no. And we're still close to that time. So yeah.
So it's kind of weird because now there's no usage of the word that works.
Yeah.
Because
unless the only way you can use that word is if you're talking about something that's not a person.
Right. And even there, tread lightly because people will still jump on you.
Right.
So the thing is, I'm like, okay, well, if so, it's okay. Don't use this medical term to apply to other people that it doesn't apply to, because you're insulting the people who it does apply to. But then you also can't use it on get people it applies to. So now the word's gone. Like, okay, all right. English has a lot of words, but I've realized I got to the point now, like, especially around certain people, I avoid saying stupid and moron and all these kind of things. So I'm literally left with only word I have is ridiculous. And like, okay, ridiculous works, but sometimes it's not strong enough. I'm like, there should be, if I'm intentionally insulting somebody, there should be a word I can use that's actually an insult.
So I'm going to actually use that as a segue to something that I did want to talk about.
Hmm.
And it's a ridiculous situation that is really serious in a way when you take a step back and look at society as a whole.
Yeah.
And you commented on something that I posted about it, and that is the Kanye, Kim, Pete Davidson love triangle tobacco. And you're like, no issue at all because you ignore the whole thing. And for the most part, I agree. But here's the problem with this thing in particular. This is a problem that is emblematic in our society. This is just an issue. And if Kim Kardashian, because for people who don't know, I don't follow these fucking yahoos.
Right.
I'm only paying attention now because this really is kind of a serious thing, and everyone should be looking at it.
It's dangerous.
It's dangerous, right? So Kim Kardashian was married to Kanye West for God knows what reason, but it's not my job to choose people's partners.
Right.
But anyway, they got married and then they got divorced recently, a year ago. And Kim Kardashian is now with Pete Davidson.
Again, we don't know why.
Again, who knows? I have no idea what's going on there, but whatever. So Kanye is not taking it well, which she's a very wealthy woman. She's a beautiful woman. She's in the spotlight. I get it. There's a lot of reasons why somebody might be upset that ended. Get it. But Kanye is doing really bad. He's really, really not handling this well at all. I mean, he made a claymation video of chopping off Pete Davidson's head. He's had issues with Kim Kardashian with kids' birthday parties and that kind of stuff, where he just is not like getting with the program with the whole thing. And he is texting and calling, and it's harassment.
Yeah.
And Pete Davidson had, for the most part, been pretty good and staying out of it. Then he decided that he would get into it, and he started posting the text messages between him and Kanye online. I mean, one of them starts out with Kanye asking him what is he doing, and he's like, "I'm in bed with your wife." Dude, not helping. I mean,
that's not a good thing.
It's a circus, but here's why it's important. If Kim Kardashian, with all of her power and money and fame and notoriety, can't stop an ex-husband from harassing her, what chance does any other woman have?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and the thing is, we see this shit a lot. I mean, most people don't even have. I think women do, but I think most men don't have a clue. Or women, maybe women who've never been married. That the number of times, the number of men out there who just have this obsessive thing, and it even happens even the other way around, but certainly happens more with men. And
there's the crazy ex-girlfriend meme, which I mean, I was at one point. I went through that. I was the crazy ex-girlfriend. I get that, but the reality is it's more common the other way around. It's more common with men. It's more dangerous with men. People die. And like, if Kim Kardashian can't, hey, bye, Joe.
I'm still here.
I know.
I'm saying goodnight to Suzanne while you talk.
Oh, okay. If Kim Kardashian can't find peace, if she can't stop the harassment, if she can't escape it, well, how is anybody supposed to do it? And the fact that the whole world can see it, I mean, it's right there. Right? It's not like it's something that's hidden. The whole world can see this happening, and nothing. You know what I mean? It's still as though she is fighting the battle alone. So I'll wait for Joe. No rush, no rush. I'll wait for Joe. Oh, okay, I didn't mean to rush you.
Oh, okay.
I was done with what I was saying, and I figured you would want some input, so I didn't want to
Yeah,
move
yeah.
on.
No, I mean, well, what it makes me think of the way Kanye is acting, it's it remind you know the first thing it reminded me think of was Elliot Rodgers.
Yeah.
Now granted, Elliot Rodgers never actually had a girlfriend, but it's still that same obsessiveness and anger and sense of entitlement, and
And
insecurity.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was going to interrupt you, and that's a bad
Yeah,
habit. Sorry.
and but this is what like one thing I never made the videos, but when Me Too was in the zeitgeist and people were paying attention to it, I was going to do my own. And I'm sure you saw the post I made on Facebook about my own Me Too
Yes.
from when I was a kid. So I was going to post that in solidarity. But then the other thing I was going to make a video called You Two, and basically talking mostly to men, but not exclusively, and talking about it's not just about rape and sexual assault. It's about harassment. It's about stalking. It's about a whole bunch of things that a lot of guys, especially if you looked back in your history and like, did you ever, and it didn't even necessarily even have to go all the way to the stalking level, but did you ever wear out your welcome? Like a relationship ended and you just wouldn't give up and you wouldn't go away. And look, of course, we all understand like it hurts. Somebody leaves you and you want the relationship to continue and they don't. That's going to hurt like hell. So of course you're going to hurt. I could even understand to a point someone trying to see if they can, get it to come back. But I mean, the fact that we started passing anti-stalking laws in the 90s is because it was such a prevalent problem
Yeah.
that we needed because the thing is there's a lot of things that people could do that otherwise would have been legal. Like it's perfectly legal for me to stand outside in front of your house and film your house.
Right.
As long as I stay in the public easement. But there does become a point where that's harassment.
Right. Right.
And we
I
have to
mean, the thing is, like, for a lot of men, they were taught a lot of really bad things in romance movies in the 80s.
Oh
You
yeah.
know, I mean, the standing outside, her window with the boombox,
Yep.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
not it's
Oh,
not good.
how many movies were there where it's literally like the guy gets the girl simply by attrition because he's just was willing to wear her down,
Wear her down. Yep.
and it's like that's such a bad message. I remember Bill Maher, this was like probably mid 90s or late 90s, on one of his specials he was talking about the he was actually criticizing those movies. He's like where the guy he loves the girl but the girl ends up he's going to marry someone else and he shows up to the wedding and disrupts it, and he had a whole big rant about that. It's like it's true though, but and I don't know how many times even in movies specifically where one character and even a woman character would say to the whether it's her son or her best friend, like, no, just keep at it, they gave us that idea that's why like what is it I think it's Pretty in Pink. That's one of the few movies where it doesn't end that way, and that made it a very memorable. That was at the end. The John Cryer is the nerd who wants the girl. Yeah, and he ends up like finding that she's with the asshole, and then he ends up getting in the car and driving away crying, and that's how the movie ends. And that movie stood out because that was so unusual for the time. Like one movie.
Well, I mean, it's like the nerd on 16 Candles, paid for the girl's panties, and he was a hero.
Right. Right now we realize that's really creepy. Or like one movie I like, but again, the romance part makes no sense. Back to School, Rodney Dangerfield.
Okay, yeah.
And I forget the name of the guy who played his son, and Robert Downey Jr. is in it as well. But anyway, so the son barely ever talks to Terry Farrell's character. Like they kind of knew each other, but in class, with and they studied together very little. And then at the end, he has his reveal and he tells her how he loves her, and then she's like, "Oh, I love you too." I'm like, "No, no, no, no! You haven't done jack dick that would ever make this woman be in love with you." But it's in the script because you're the protagonist of the movie, and so that's how it works. It's like, it doesn't fucking work that way.
Better Off Dead.
Hmm.
Barney Rubble saying, "Hey, you're not with Beth. Is it okay if I ask her out?"
Well, and see, that's another one actually that has a different, again, where the guy doesn't end up with the girl that he was after in the first place. Then that was the other thing that started happening too.
He ends up with a different girl, though.
Right. Well,
and it's kind of like framed as if he got the better girl.
Yeah. Well, that's what's really funny too. If you remember, and South Park made fun of this in their the I forget the name of the episode, is French Fry Pizza, the skiing one, which is going after Better Off Dead and Hot Dog and a bunch of other movies, where like the geeky girl who's the friend, and like meanwhile the guy's chasing the hot girl, the geeky girl's there, but then at the end, she takes the little things, that the little braid things out of her hair and shakes her hair, and all of a sudden she's gorgeous, and he gets with her.
Was it Breakfast Club with Ali Sheedy?
Yeah.
They put makeup on her at the end. They pushed her hair back, and it's like suddenly she was like a model.
Yeah, exactly. Like, which is so funny. I mean, and see, this is the same reason why I hate the movie, Shallow Hal, because Hal he didn't fall in love with the fat girl.
No,
he fell in love with Gwyneth Paltrow.
Right.
And then she turned, so he was already in love with her by the time he finds out she's fat. So he didn't learn dick.
Nope. No, he learned nothing. No. Yeah, as so many of those. But they don't make movies like that anymore. Those are done. That's a relic of days gone by. Yeah. But I mean, those movies poisoned a lot of men.
Big time.
Because it was sold that this is romance. She won't talk to you, then you show up at her house every day blasting Whitesnake or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Even Spaceballs. Daphne Zuniga is the princess, and she hates Lone Star with Bill Pullman, but somehow they fall for each other. Like, no, that doesn't happen.
It doesn't happen.
I mean. I guess I won't say that it never ever happens, but it's really fucking rare. So rare.
And to bank on it, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen, whether you try to make it happen or not. But if you count on it happening, so you try to set up the circumstances to make it happen, that's coercion. That's just creepy.
Yeah, and you're right, Jonah. The Last American Virgin had the same type of ending as Pretty in Pink.
I don't remember that one, Last American Virgin.
Yep. The
who was in that one? I don't remember.
It's funny. I think the girl is actually the same one as the friend who played the French girl in Better Off Dead.
Oh yeah, that French girl.
Yeah, it's funny, like how many, like a lot of these actors were just recycled from movie to movie, doing the same shit.
Yeah. That's why they had like the Brat Pack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I pretty much hated everyone in the Brat Pack to the point where so Less Than Zero, because at the time I hated Andrew McCarthy, and I hated Robert Downey Jr. and they're both. I did well. I changed my mind, but back then. But the thing is, at the time I couldn't stand them, and Andrew McCarthy, and then I forget who the other dude is. I forget his name. But basically, all three of them were in the movie, and Eric Stoltz is in it too. And horrible things happen to all of them. And then at the end, Robert Downey Jr.'s character dies, and I remember just cheering like, "Yay!"
I liked St. Elmo's Fire.
Oh yeah, I never saw it, but I didn't.
That had all of them. that had the entire. That was like Demi Moore, Rob Lowe,
Ali
uh,
Sheedy.
Ali Sheedy, Andrew McCarthy. It was the whole group.
Yeah.
I like that one, but I had a thing for
Yeah,
Rob.
that was I saw it and I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna like this movie.
I had a thing for Rob Lowe back then. So.
Mm.
And then he turned out to be an asshole. So they all turn out to be
Oh,
assholes.
James Spader. That's another guy who was in the movie. Yeah, because James Spader was another guy I hated. I thought it's funny. I hated James Spader until he played Ultron, and then I was like, oh wow, he was really good.
Wow.
That's why I never liked any of the was it uh the movie where they go through the Stargate.
Stargate.
Yeah, I didn't like I saw the first Stargate movie, but I didn't like it. And again, he
I
was
like.
in.
I liked it. I thought it could have used more action. There's a
Mm,
lot of really, really low spots in that movie. It's like, okay.
yeah.
But I liked it. I think it's. I've never read the book. I think it's probably a better book.
Mm.
So I can see how you can get really descriptive with that. You know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah, yeah. Jonas brought up Revenge of the Nerds. Yeah, and that's the funny thing. Revenge of the Nerds when it came on cable, no one thought anything of it, and now you look back and you're like, ooh.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of that movie was yeah. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
I mean, it's funny when it comes on TV, I still watch it because it's like, but it's nostalgia. I've seen it like a billion times. But I do kind of when it gets to certain scenes, I'm just like, ooh. We used to like this. Ooh.
So speaking of like Robert Downey Jr., I was thinking. I thought of this the other day that I wanted to ask Kazoo. Okay. So for everybody watching, I wanted to ask Kazoom if because he doesn't like superhero movies at all, and he gave a list of reasons why he doesn't like them, and I think they're kind of silly reasons, but whatever, they're his reasons. So it doesn't matter what I think. But I was wondering if he ever watched or would be interested in watching The Boys. I don't know if you guys are familiar with The Boys, um, but it's an interesting twist on the genre, and it actually kind of addresses a lot of the things that he doesn't like about superhero movies. And I just think that would be really neat, to see if we get
I'm back.
Kazum. Hey, so I was wondering, like, if Kazum, if he had ever heard of or if he ever watched The Boys, since he doesn't
Well,
like superhero movies.
probably not.
I think it addresses all of the things that he said he had problems with about superhero movies. So I just wonder if he would like that.
Well, the funny thing is, I mean, you know, I'd love to. I'd love to ask him like all the the things that you and I found that like are based on comics that most people don't even realize are based on comics or graphic novels. Yo, did you like this? Oh, by the way, so that's and the
Right.
whole thing about superhero like the whole thing. Oh, it's been done like not everything. I mean, only if you get really fucking basic, and if you go that fucking basic, we fall into what you and I talked about. That every story is a
Every right. Right.
one of the basic 19 stories where the hell
Well,
it is.
yeah. I mean, when it comes right down to it, every story that can be told has been told.
Right.
All that's left is inventing new ways to tweak the formulas.
Or right or variation, yeah, or combinations of multiples, yeah.
Right.
I mean, so but the thing is, can you do it in a fresh and creative way? And my to me the answer is yes. um the thing is like okay like that the I bought Far From Home last night on Vudu so I can watch it again. And look, that movie was fucking great. I don't care what anybody says. That was all
Well,
fucking.
Far From Home, it gets old very quick though.
You think
Like
so?
I've watched the first Avengers movie probably about 50 times.
Hmm.
And it's a great movie, and I can watch it 50 times and not be sick of it. Far From Home, I got tired
I
of.
mean, I'm sorry, No Way Home. Excuse me, No Way Home.
Oh, No Way Home. Oh, well, that's different. I've only
Yeah,
watched
yeah.
that twice. And it was great. We got a online a bootleg copy
Mm.
online, and were watching it, it was really good. The quality was really good. But I was like halfway through when I noticed a shadow, and it was somebody that got up and walked past the camera. And it was just like I had no idea that it was that bootleg.
Oh,
But
really?
it was really, really good. Very well done.
That's funny.
Except for the person that walked past the camera.
That's
But
hilarious.
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, so like, how, I don't know how anybody could watch that and think it's just a retread, um, um, and then think about, just even think about the Avengers movies, the fact that everything that they had to do to build up to Infinity War and Endgame,
Well,
20 movies.
so like he gave his list of reasons, and being a bigger fan of the Marvel universe, I took those reasons and I put them up against the Marvel universe, and I come back with it doesn't fit.
Right,
Like, oh, I don't like it because everybody has a special ability, so they have to go get a costume. And actually, there's nobody there's nobody in the Marvel universe that has happened to.
right,
Right. The closest is Captain America.
right,
Right. But what he wears is a variation of an actual costume they made him wear.
right.
Right. When he was like performing.
Well, exactly. That's
So
the whole
it's not
thing.
the same as like Superman's outfit is a silly costume. And they've tried to like retro the reason for it. It never really works.
No,
It's a stupid costume. Batman, it's a stupid costume.
right.
You know. So
Well,
like his
well, and that's the reason why when some comic fans get all upset when they don't do the comic book accurate thing, I'm like, because it looks great in a magazine. In a magazine, it looks horrible on screen.
right, and it's like his criticisms about they have a special ability, they have to go. Okay, that fits against the DC universe.
Yeah,
When you take all of his reasons and you measure it up against DC, yeah, guilty as charged. All of the reasons that makes sense. So I could say Kazoom, yes. For DC, yes, because he made that video. Oh, the CW is up for sale and blah 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 blah, and must be because superheroes don't sell anymore. Okay, but Disney is making a fucking mint on Marvel.
yeah,
If,
yeah,
if,
yeah. Yeah, I mean,
if Warner Brothers,
No Way Home did what, $1 billion, right?
yeah, yeah. It's like one of the top 2 or 3 movies ever.
Yeah,
So if Warner Brothers is suffering, that's because they own DC, which doesn't do as well as Marvel.
right.
But his whole thing was like, see, the superhero genre, now the CW is for sale. Dude, these things don't connect the way you think they
No,
do.
well, it's the same thing. Like, I remember, the funny thing is he's making the same mistake that media critics have for a long time. I remember when the first Pirates of the Caribbean movie was about to come out, and they were like, "Oh well, is the public ready for another pirate movie?" And then they went over like the previous 4 or 5 pirate movies and how this one didn't do well and that one didn't. And like, but they were all bad movies. They failed not because they were pirate movies, because they were bad pirate movies.
They were bad pirate movies.
They were bad pirate movies. So and then Pirates of the Caribbean came out and it rocked. And and then I was like, well, I guess you were wrong, media critics.
Right. And then when you get down to part 10 and it doesn't rock anymore, it's not a really good movie anymore. Exactly. But I mean, so if he's measuring against the DC, if you measure his reasons against the DC, he's correct. And I agree with him. It doesn't fit with Marvel. And those are the ones that we were always talking about, the Marvel movies. And if he's going to go, okay, but your reasoning doesn't fit. And because your reasoning doesn't fit, maybe you should like figure out why it doesn't fit. You should have some idea what you're talking about. Like if I wanted to criticize a book and I've never read the book.
Yeah, you're going to sound like an idiot.
And that's kind of what he's doing because it doesn't really fit. But then there's like The Boys. And have you seen any of The Boys, this series, The Boys? Okay, you know what it is, right?
Yeah.
Right. So for those of you who don't know, The Boys is on Amazon. And it's a series about superheroes, but like if they were real. and these are real people, what they would actually be like in real life. And they're all assholes. They're douchebags and they're completely dishonest and like they murder each other. And then they go out on camera and talk about how they just saved a busload of kittens, and it's like everything that Kazum talks about is in The Boys.
Like they address it, yeah.
They address it, yeah. And they lampoon it, and I think he might like it because I think it's a pretty well done series.
Yeah, I mean the other thing too, I mean, his idea like, oh well, there's even the idea that there's people with powers beyond what other people can do, and I'm like, again, Homer. I mean,
Yeah,
that was like
right,
fucking
right.
ancient. I mean,
Oh no, not like the Watchmen. Like I mean, take the Watchmen and go further, like even further with it. Like these guys are like real douchebags. It's
yeah. I mean,
and their costumes are really. It's even beyond the Watchmen.
But I mean, any kind of. I mean, there's been human mythology about super beings. As probably
Forever.
Hey, Beowulf, the oldest written English piece of literature that we have, is a fucking saga about a superhero.
Yeah. So it's that's one of the reasons why the whole conversation with him was so aggravating. It's just like, dude, you're really not listening.
Well, especially what pissed me off the most was that when he kept basically saying, well, basically like, actually explicitly saying that we're saying that no one's allowed to criticize it. I'm like, no, we just want your criticisms to be fucking accurate.
Right, to be accurate and to make sense. It's like he's criticizing a book he's never read.
Yeah.
And another one that I thought that he might like if he hasn't watched it is Hancock. Again, it just like totally lampoons the idea of a superhero because Will Smith is a superhero who's not a nice guy. He's got some real problems in that movie. And again, I don't know if he's watched that or not, but if he hasn't, I think those would be good for him to watch.
Well, and that's actually the cool part about the X-Men, because basically, if you think about what the X-Men are, you have a bunch of super beings. Some of them are good, and some of them are not.
Right.
So some of them use that power to get, to try to get more power and influence and to hurt people and to take their stuff. And other people say, no, I'm not going to let you do that. And that's kind of, like people, just like everybody else. Right. You other than the fact that they can do things the average human can't do, they basically act the same way. I mean, hell, if you even think about the Greek and Roman gods, right, and the Norse gods, that's basically the same thing.
Right. A lot of them are basically based on human emotions. Yep. Or activities like the god of war, that kind of a thing. I mean, it is what it is. There's only so many things that we can write stories about and make mythologies about.
Right. And to me, what I've always said, and I told them this several times, for me, the way to tell if a superhero movie was good or not is take the powers away from the superhero. Would it still be a good story?
Right. Right.
And if it is, then it didn't suddenly get bad because the person had powers.
Right. Iron Man 3. Most of that movie, he didn't have a suit.
Right. Yeah, I know I have a lot of friends who didn't like 3.
Yeah, it had its. It was not the first one was the best one.
Well, the thing is, I thought the villain was kind of lame, but I mean, I like not the villain we thought we had originally. That was cool, but but the actual villain that turned at the end. But the thing is, I remember a friend arguing with me because I said, well, to me there was a lot more character building because again, like you said, he wasn't in the suit. He was dealing with things as himself, and that was a lot cooler.
Right. So one of the things that came out of that movie that I actually became a fan of was I became a fan of Trevor Slattery.
Me too.
Trevor rocks. Did you see the short with him when he's in jail? It was pretty good.
That was awesome. Yeah, I only
All
saw
hail
it,
the
I
king.
first saw it like a year ago, and of course, he was in Shang-Chi.
Yes.
You know,
I was glad they brought him back for that.
yeah, me too. Yeah, I know some people who got really upset about that. I'm like, yeah, screw you.
Really? Oh, he was great.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
like when the furry creature came in, and everybody's like, "What's that?" He's like, "Oh, you can see it."
yeah, yeah. Yeah, he thought he was hallucinating.
That was great.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing. He added some levity because otherwise it could have been a little dry.
Yeah, I think it might have been dry without him. No, it was. I like Trevor. He's a trip.
Well,
He's
the
a
other thing I thought was kind of cool too is all those fantastical creatures that were in there. Those were
yeah,
all of them came right out, including the little fuzzy thing. All came out of Chinese mythology.
yeah. And I didn't know about all of them, but there are certain ones that I've actually seen drawings and stuff of it before, like the big horse creatures with like the people looking face.
Yep. Yeah, and
I've
the ones
actually
that had
seen.
the horns. Yeah, Kirin. And I knew about Kirin from Dungeons and Dragons actually, but yeah, so it's like this is right out of mythologies, out of human culture, and to say that that's somehow you
Right.
know
No, it's like I said, his reasonings are so silly. But like if you want to like take his reasons and you measure them up against like the DC universe, there's some merit there.
sure.
Unless you're talking about Joker and the Batman, um, because those two movies specifically um,
What
are
about
worlds away from the superhero genre.
well those two, yeah, well I haven't seen the Batman yet, but
I haven't either, but I've heard enough about it to be like, okay,
and for
this isn't
that
this
matter,
isn't my grandfather's Batman.
yeah, well for that matter, even though it's more in the normal genre, but like the Dark Knight. That movie, I mean, to me, Heath Ledger's performance as the Joker, not only is it like I think the best Joker, I think it's one of the best performances ever of any
Yeah,
character in any movie. I mean, it was just amazing.
it was
And I've seen
amazing.
some really good breakdowns, from different angles. I saw one that was somebody who was like a psychiatrist, like kind of breaking down the character, and some people bringing it from other perspectives, from movie perspectives. I mean, it was just such an immense performance. Um, and the thing is, like I said, I really fixate on the whole thing where he's like, "Oh, you're just saying, people can't." I'm like, look, look, I generally don't like most of the DC movies at all, and there are Marvel of the 25, 26 Marvel movies now. There's a few I could do without. So I'm not. I have plenty of criticisms for it, but
Right.
just and
Right.
at the end of the day, I'm like, you know what? You just don't like it. It just doesn't appeal to you. That's a perfectly valid reason. Just say, hey, look, I've watched it, didn't care for it. Okay. So, but he feels this need to try to come up with some intellectual argument that's bad, but it turns out
That's what it seems like. I mean, because initially he just said, "I just don't. I
yeah,
don't like." It. But we did push. To be fair, though, we did push the issue as far as why. But then he
yeah,
started coming out with the things that he did, and it's like, "What are you talking about?"
yeah,
And then I think if I was telling someone like, no, I'm sorry, I don't like that spaghetti recipe. It's just not for me. And they ask me why, and I'm just like, I don't like pears in that way. Um,
doesn't taste good to me.
and then they say, "What the fuck are you talking about?" I'm gonna stop and say, "Do I know what I'm talking about?" I'm going to wonder, you know, was I not supposed to put pears in it?
Right, right.
So I mean, so when we said to him, "What the fuck are you talking about?" I think the normal thing would have been to say, "Well, I don't know what you guys mean. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe,
Hmm.
maybe, you know, um, I don't think a normal slash healthy response is, well, you guys just don't like anybody criticizing what you like. It's just like, okay, that's just
Yeah.
childish.
Well, as I pointed out, I did the math. Roughly 90% of the world's population has never seen any of the Marvel movies. I'm not mad at any of them. For that matter, there's people who've seen one or two movies who thought, this sucked. Okay.
I think I think even if people don't like them, there are certain things that they have to give credit for.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's just like the Marvel Universe has done something that was seemingly impossible at one point.
Right.
And that was to have so many different characters in so many standalone movies that they had been able to connect through weaving all the stories together and having all of these different crossover events where they all come together.
Well, look, even if
That's
they don't want to
amazing.
recognize that, I don't care. That's the thing. That's like that's why. How many times in our arguments, how many times did I say to him, "Look, if you just don't like the form, that's fine."
It's fine.
And he
Yeah.
wouldn't. And so here, I'm giving him an out, and he wouldn't even take it. Like, no, no, it's so mental. No, dude, you are not an intellectual, and you certainly don't have any intellectual arguments about this shit. So don't pretend you do, and don't worry about it. And then it's like, plus the fact that like what pissed me off more than anything. Okay, we had our big discussion, and then I thought near the end of that he finally understood our position, and he was like, "Oh, okay." I'm like, "All right, great. See, we're all back down on Earth now. No one's mad at each other." And then it was like 3 days later, a week later, whatever it is, and he goes and makes that video, and I'm like,
I know you were pissed.
"Yeah," because that's the thing, because I knew that was like. That's really more. It was more of like he just felt like he had to get us, and I don't like being misrepresented. I
Yeah.
fucking hate it
Yeah.
because you're basically lying about me, especially when it's one thing if we had never come to a meeting of the minds, or at least didn't think we had, but
Right.
when you claim to now understand my position and you back off and we kind of make nice, and then you go off and do it again. Well, now you're a liar because I've already explained it to you. You said that you understood it, and you even regurgitated to the point where I got the impression you understood it. But yeah, you just needed to poke me in the fucking face. Okay, well, fuck you.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know.
Well, I mean, and just the entire stance, the defensiveness, the misrepresentations, the reasonings that just don't really make sense unless it's towards very specific movies. Oh, okay, that's why I wonder if you had ever watched The Boys or Hancock or a movie, because there are others, that do that kind of turn the genre on its head,
Hmm.
and are very good and entertaining, and you know, obviously some done better than others, but like even Deadpool is another good example. If somebody is just like is lampooning the genre that he's in,
Right.
um,
Yeah,
you
he
know,
breaks the fourth
why
wall
you
constantly.
watch it?
Yeah, why you watching it? Well, see, that's the thing. I always love to ask him, like, okay, well, what about Rambo? I mean, he's not a comic book character,
Yeah, what about Rambo?
but
Um,
Rambo was an over the top, seemingly superhuman person.
with 3 lines.
Yeah,
Total.
but that doesn't count because that came from a novel.
And no, and that actually may be his reasoning that it came from, because I mean he even had said that, like, oh, but graphic novels are different. And it's just like, how?
It's just the
How?
format. I mean, you're telling a story. The whether, yeah, he basically. And see, to me to me is very small minded of him because you're basically saying, well, if it comes in this source, it can't possibly be a good story. It has to be, you know,
So I mean, but like basically like the average standard comic book is 22 pages.
Hmm.
Right? A graphic novel can be like 100 pages or whatever it is, because it tells a complete story. It's a
right,
fully contained story. Comic books aren't. It's a part of a story.
right,
And then the following week, the new edition comes out, and you get another part of the story. And it's a series. It just keeps going like a soap opera.
right,
So to say, well, one's a graphic novel, comic doesn't make any sense. It's stupid. It's the
right,
same thing.
right,
If you make a movie that's based on 5 comics, that's a graphic novel.
right, right.
So,
Well, and for that matter, this idea that like a regular novel that doesn't have any graphics in it is somehow superior. There's a lot of shitty novels out there. I mean, look at 50 Shades of Grey. I mean, come on. But that's high art because that's made based off of a novel. I mean, that's like such a
well,
forbidden.
he liked Firestarter, and it's like, well, it's Stephen King. Stephen King wrote a lot of shit too, though.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, he has contributed a lot to both literature and obviously movies because so many of his books were made into movies. But he also wrote a lot of shit.
Yeah.
And some of those movies are shit too. Um,
Yeah. Well, for that matter, I mean, okay. So his thing about like, again, you like it, so you don't want anybody else not to like. Okay, I love Tolkien. Tolkien is one of my favorite things of all time. I read Lord of the Rings multiple times. I read The Hobbit multiple times. Even read the Silmarillion twice, and that's some dense fucking reading. So, I think that Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings trilogy is one of the most finest achievements in cinema. I think Peter Jackson's Hobbit is a piece of utter trash.
Right.
So, but is it because you're a fan? No, I'm a fan of both properties, and one was done well, and one was done like shit. And I can say it was done like shit because I can be objective about it, even though I like the source material.
Right. Like going back to Marvel, I was really disappointed in the Eternals.
Eternals would have been a much better thing, a series on,
Series. Yeah,
four-part series on Disney Plus. It was a mistake to do that as a single movie.
Yep.
Right.
I agree.
Right.
Oh,
but you can't criticize it because he said I said that you can't or something.
Or something. So Daredevil. You know about Daredevil, right?
Yeah.
It was taken off of Netflix.
Right.
Right. All of the Marvel properties that were on Netflix are now on Disney Plus under the Marvel tab.
Yep.
So Daredevil, the series that was on Netflix with Charlie Cox playing Matt Murdock, is now a Disney property, and it's on Disney Plus under the Marvel tab where it belongs, considering that Matt Murdock has now been in a movie, a Spider-Man movie, which solidly plants Daredevil and Matt Murdock, played by Charlie Cox, cemented firmly in the MCU.
Right.
But what's better than that is Disney Plus is making a new Daredevil series
with him.
With him.
Yep.
And I was like,
Yep.
And he's going to appear in a couple other series and probably in some other movies.
That's cool.
Yeah. So Daredevil is a thing, and I'm excited because I love Daredevil. So
yes, I didn't watch any of the Netflix series when they were running, but now that they're on Disney Plus, I'll probably check them out. Well, the other thing I think is awesome too is again why I love Far From Home, because now technically speaking, both the Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield movies are now part of the MCU.
They're canon. Yeah. So and the villain from Kingpin, the villain from Daredevil, was in Hawkeye.
Right.
He was the big boss at the end, right, who looks like he died, but he didn't.
Right.
They've already Disney has basically already said no, he's not dead.
Right.
He was shot in the eye, but he's not dead.
Cool.
So okay. So now that Matt Murdock is in the MCU, and Kingpin has been on Hawkeye, I'm like, that's cool. That's setting some nice stuff up for the future.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. I think this kind of getting think that level of creativity. It's like, okay, we got this other thing. How do we incorporate that into our big masterwork?
And Kazum's criticism about having a special ability, so having to get a costume, it does fit on Daredevil.
Well, right. But although the funny thing, I mean, the whole point about the costumes though is all about I got to hide my identity because if people know who I am,
right. And he wears a devil costume because he's in Hell's Kitchen,
right? And of course, to hammer the point home, Far From Home, I'm sorry, No Way Home shows you why you need to keep your identity secret.
I loved when Matt Murdock caught the brick and he said, I'm a good lawyer.
yeah. That was great.
He's like, what? So anyway, yeah. So I don't know if Peach is watching or not. But if she is, she's probably up there rolling her eyes. That I'm like all about Daredevil.
Well, jazzed. That's good. I'm glad. Well, see, the thing too. I mean, but the whole thing with kids though, it goes back to remember the argument we had about what sources of information you should use to try to
Yeah.
gather what's really going on. Yes, of course, all sources are biased to some degree. Some are more biased than others. But like, well, I go to the extreme shitty left and the extreme shitty right, and then the truth is in. But no, the average of shit is not good. Two piles of shit together, average, do not make. You mix them,
Right,
blend
right.
them together, you don't get lobster thermidor.
No, never.
you know.
Never,
Oh my
never,
god.
never. Throw a bunch of shit in a peanut butter jar, close up, and put it in the closet for 100 years. And then you're not going to open it up and find, lobster. It's just not going to happen.
It's just not. Yeah, but that's basically what he was. And the thing is, and you're like, well, how? Like, and you're like, well, you go for sources closer to the middle, so it gets things in a little bit to the left and a little bit to the right, and you got a better chance of hope of getting something real.
What else? What else? What else? What else? I was going to say something else.
Well,
I don't know.
Well, plus his obsession with I remember the whole thing about we got to find out what no, I don't have to find out what really wingnut people think.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because first off,
I don't care what they think.
it doesn't. There's nothing strategic that I'm going to get out of it. Well, if you knew what they're thinking, no, nothing that I say or do is going to appease them, convince them, because they've already decided whatever it is they've decided, and they believe a lot of false bullshit. So, and we know that if you present somebody who believes in false bullshit, the truth, they're very resistant to it. In fact, they tend to be even less prone to listen to it than if you didn't say anything.
Yes.
Particularly if they view you as the enemy.
So, I want to real quick. I invited Steve Shives to come on.
Oh, cool.
He said no, but I figured I'd give it a shot. He said he'd love to do it one night. He said probably not tonight.
Okay.
I did invite AOD to come on. He said he's not sure if he'll be able to. There's a lot of noise where he's at. I don't know why, and it's none of my business actually. So, but he may or may not stop in.
Yeah.
Hi Butch. And yeah, I don't know what else.
Well, one of the things what got me though with kids like the whole thing of it's the next election. It's probably not going to be Trump. It's gonna be DeSantis, as if DeSantis had superpowers or some shit like that. And I'm like, well, okay, it might be DeSantis. What do I gain by waiting in a cesspool, listening to horrible people who want me dead, to know that they're going to vote for DeSantis? Because if he's gonna be the nominee, then he's gonna be the nominee. There's nothing I can do now and then that's gonna change that.
It is what it is. You have to deal with reality as it presents itself.
Right. And I don't believe that DeSantis is so quite frankly, I don't actually consider DeSantis to be that much smarter than Trump. And two, DeSantis does not have a cult of personality around him.
Well, and that's when Vegas had said multiple times that he thought DeSantis had a good shot. And I'm just like, he's not Trump. He might have a lot of support right now in Florida, but that's Florida. Florida isn't the rest of the country. And I don't think that he's going to get a lot of Republican or establishment support outside of his area.
Well, the thing is, even if he got establishment support, right? What matters is he going to get independent voters? I don't think so.
Probably not. Not with the track record he has with COVID.
Exactly. So really, that's why I keep trying to explain, or I kept trying to explain to him, it doesn't matter what the far right thinks. They're going to do what they do. So we have no power to control that or adjust it or redirect it. They might listen to someone who's closer to them, but maybe a little slightly more toward center. But they're going to shut us out. So it doesn't matter. What matters is the people on the fence. What you know this? What have I always said about why I created my YouTube channel? I was never trying to reach the Christian fundamentalists or the Muslim fundamentalists, because I wasn't so arrogant to think that anything I said was going to be so brilliant that they were going to get away from that. But my thing was, there's a whole bunch of people in the middle on the fence who could be swayed. And you know what? That's all you need. If you get your side and the guys and the people in the middle, you win.
Agreed. That is true. Have you heard from Paul? Is he okay? I asked him. He posted something on Facebook, and I asked if he was okay, and he said ish.
Yeah, I saw that. I've not heard from him other than the few Facebook posts he's had in the last few days. Like he's been putting poems and a few other comments, but no. Well, I don't know what the details are. I know there was a bunch of family stuff going on. I know he had traveled back to California to see family. I don't know what the case is, and he has not shared that with me. So.
Sorry.
But I'm glad you decided to do this because I missed the hangouts as much as some of them were very frustrating. But
well, that's why I went with a silly title for this.
I don't even see what your title is.
Cheesey-Fo, Cheesey-Fo, something like that. Cheesey-Fo, yeah.
That's cool.
I was going to steal a Breakfast Club, kind of like a style of title from there. I was going to do Tyrannosaurus Rex.
If I did one, I think I would make it hamburger and egg.
But whatever, it is what it is. It is. And what's going on? So I have a pretty decent setup here now.
Mm-hmm.
I have the dual monitor thing going on.
Nice.
Pretty cool. And a nice big desk. But all of my cosmetics are surrounding everything already. And
that's awesome. It's funny with dual monitors because I mean there are people who don't understand why you would need more than one monitor, and I'm like, I get like distressed when I only have one monitor. And like right now I have 3 and people are like, what do you do with 3? I'm like, what do I do with 3? If I could fit 6, I'd have 6. And they're like, well, what would you do with 6? And I start just going off all the things I'd have. Because I was just saying, if I'm doing work from home, I have the project spec, I have the drawings, I have the controller program, I have the visualization program. That's 4 right there. I might have an Excel sheet over, and that's 5. And then if I don't, and if I might potentially have another thing, or if not, I'll have a YouTube thing or music thing up or whatever. So there you go. There's 6 right there.
There you go. Well, I mean, I don't know. You don't need a screen for every tab.
Oh, but maybe not everything's a tab though. I mean, these are separate applications. Separate program, and like test well, especially sometimes like if I'm programming and I got the spec document and the drawing, I need to see that, or if I got the graphic thing, so I need to be able to see what I'm doing because they're all related.
Okay, well that makes sense.
Yeah,
I got the 2. I don't need to, but I figured it's a neat thing, and I mean, so I can look at Facebook on the screen here while I'm here. So
yeah. Well, that's the thing. If nothing else, like my friend Tony and I, we've been playing a lot lately where, we'll get on Skype. We have Skype going, and then we'll play a game. So it's like. So like for me, it's easy because I'll put Skype on one of the side mirror monitors, and I got the game in the middle. And so he's hooking it. He's working on. His son's helping him look, like upgrade his PC. He's gonna set up a second monitor. I'm like, oh, dude, you're gonna love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because even at minimum, I mean, unless I'm in the field where I just have my laptop. But if I'm, even if I'm working from my laptop in the office, I've got my laptop screen and I got an external screen.
Yeah, I mean, or I could just, be like here talking with you and have porn on the other screen.
There you go.
That's what I wanted to do.
Yay, porn. Hey, I'm all for it, man. As much porn as possible. It's funny. Actually, the reason I'm laughing is somebody who I don't really know them that well. I don't usually accept friend requests from people, but they're like a friend of a friend. And she put up this thing is how close I like to come to violating Facebook community standards. And they show this very shapely woman in shorts, and the thing's like torn open, and you could almost see. I mean, you can see like the top, like the mons, but you can't see the good the best bits. But it's like it's really cutting the line of breaking the rules, and I'm like, yeah, I put that up, and I was like, I was looking at it before we got into the thing, and I just haven't bothered closing it because I like the way it looks.
So I on my Raven J Facebook account, I have a lot of men, um, about 4,000 men, who follow me on that account, and they put up stories of women in various stages of dress,
Hmm.
in their story. Um, and a few of them I've seen actually break the rules, and all of a sudden they're gone.
Hmm.
Um, but a lot of them come as close as possible. And some of them it's just like shocking how much they're able to get away with without
Right.
getting. I know I posted something on Facebook once that said, birds are like girls, they're not real, and I got banned for 30 days. Um,
But you're a
yes,
girl.
and I got a 30-day ban.
That's fucked up.
So there's that, but there's this picture that's perfectly fine. That's got like millions of views on the picture, and a million comments, and it shows everything but the clit, pretty much. And it's like, oh, but that's okay. Fuck you, Zuckerberg. You're
Yep.
muted. There you go.
Yeah. So, oh yeah, it's. I mean, there's no consistency whatsoever. Well, I think I told you like this was a couple of years ago now. Tracy Harris had posted a thing. It was like a major website. Like one of the news websites or one of the magazine websites, and it had an indigenous person. I forget what country it was in, and the man's nude, but it's just he's in shadow, so all you're seeing is an outline. You can't actually see anything. And she caught a like a 7-day ban for that.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. It's crazy. Hi, Vegas.
What really gets me are the times when people get banned, like they make reference to something that like some far right, neo-Nazi group has done or said, and then they get a ban, but then people like try to flag the original article and then it doesn't get banned. I'm like, well, how the fuck does that work? I'm banned for reposting something that you say is not doesn't violate the rules.
Right. Well, and I've actually gotten banned for something that I would fight their decision, and they would come back and say we made a mistake, but then they don't lift the ban, so I got to wait it out anyway. And it's just like, well, then what difference does it make if you agree or not?
Right. I have had bans lifted for when I thought them, but rare. It's rare. Yeah, they don't really make any sense.
Facebook is getting more and more fucking weird the way they handle their their policy violations. It's just weird. Like I said, the things that people get away with, and the things that girls are like birds, or birds are like girls. They're not real. How is that a bannable offense?
I mean, I can't even figure like if someone was trying to say, "Oh, it's misogynist," you're saying you're attacking women, like, but you're a woman.
The Truth social media platform, Truth Social.
Well, and I've said this before, and I'll say it again because I don't know who has heard it or not. But the thing that makes me laugh the most about him calling it truth is that in Russian the word truth is pravda, and now it's the name of the state. Basically the state propaganda rag during the Soviet era. Well, see, what's really funny about it too is like all the right wing whiners who are like, "Oh, well, they're banning us and they're not banning the lefties." I'm like, "Yeah, they fucking are. We get banned all the time."
Yeah, yeah, it's absolutely. It's. Do I have to? Is this somebody I need to block? I'm sorry. Maybe.
On Facebook.
No, somebody put up a. Oh God. Yeah, I might need to ban that or block that person.
Where?
Um, it's on Facebook. They put up a story um of I want to say it's oh God, that's just nasty. It's a picture of their ass and it's scary. But also there was another one where it's a picture of somebody very wearing like a breast forms, but it doesn't match their skin at all, and it's very loose and it looks like a rubber chicken kind of a thing.
That's weird.
Um, and a great big ridiculous wig and really dark and I mean it's I don't think that that's somebody who's serious.
Hmm. Jonah, are you saying you thought I looked suave too?
I'm liking the haircut.
Thank you.
Looks good.
Yeah, I was getting out of hand, and I made an appointment. And it was crazy. The place I go now is literally like 2 blocks from my house. It looks even better, like if I put some, if I wet it and put some gel in it. But
There you
yeah,
go. That would be Rico Suave.
well, and the thing is that it's funny. I think I look younger with the hair like this from where it had been recently,
Yes.
even with a little bit of gray that's showing.
Yes. You do. You do. But I mean, it's that's the kind of thing you have to expect being Mexican and all.
Um, well, Suzanne keeps telling me I should dye my mustache because she says that'll make me look a lot younger. Probably
Yeah.
would. Although I said, look, maybe I should shave it off. What do you think?
You're not going to keep your fingers there, though, right?
Not forever.
So, hey, Russia, am I right?
Well, I'm very sad that Russia invaded, but I feel vindicated because I am on record in multiple places saying that I didn't think Ukraine was going to be a pushover the way that everyone thought.
Right.
That people were overestimating Russia's capabilities, underestimating the Ukrainians. The only real advantage going in that the Russians had, on paper at least, was their military air force. Their air force has been not impressive, and they're paying the price because of it.
So, I don't know. Like, okay, does like Putin know what the rest of the world looks like? Like, does he not understand if this doesn't go well for him, what he and his country is facing? I don't understand. Like, was he looking at his military going, "Oh yeah, I'm good, I'm good."
Absolutely, absolutely. Here's the thing. A friend of mine asked me years ago. We were talking. This was right on the time that Abu Ghraib broke, and so everyone's having a big discussion about should we torture or not torture. And I said we can't torture. First of all, even beyond the fact that it's not effective, and we know it actually is not effective.
Right.
But even if it was, what separates if we want to consider ourselves the good guys have a certain standard that they have to uphold to remain good. That's the difference between being good and bad. It's usually not motivations, it's methods. So there are certain lines you can't cross and still be the bad guy. I mean, still be the good guy. I mean, if you just do, well, my opponent is going to do something heinous, so it's okay for me. Well, you can use that logic, but then you no longer the good guy. Basically, you've ceded your moral authority and said, okay, he does X, so I'll do X. Okay, well, now you're the same as him. You're not better than him. So my friend said to me, well, then how does good ever win when you have this higher standard? The bad guy can always do the fucked up thing. I said it usually comes down to hubris. That people who live in their own little creative world where they have no limits start to believe that limits don't exist for them. They think that they can literally do whatever they want by the sheer force of their will. They also tend to think they're a lot more clever than they really are. You look at Hitler, you can look at Stalin, you can look at all the dictators. They all, when those that failed, they failed because they were not as good as they thought they were, and they created an environment also. Now the thing is, it's not so much the intelligence team lied to him. He's created an environment where it's unhealthy to tell him an unpleasant truth. You can't tell him something he doesn't want to hear because he will sanction you.
I don't know if it's just because, I'm an American, but I can't imagine that there's anybody on this planet who lives in a civilized country that is unaware of what the United States military is capable of. It's mind-boggling to me that he thinks that he can look at his military and look at what's happening in the world and his economy and then look at Ukraine and think, oh yeah, I could do this.
Yeah, we got to remember though, his belief, and so far is actually true, that the United States was not going to directly intervene. Like we weren't going to put troops on the ground, we weren't going to put planes in the sky over Ukraine.
See, there's a difference between intervening and responding.
Sure, absolutely.
And I mean, it's just something I posted about on Facebook, and a friend got a little about it. Jay Foxworthy, he had all. Anyway, so Slovakia has agreed to send, or they want to send, Soviet era air defense systems to Ukraine, and they're going to pack them up, in a convoy and transport them. Establish supply lines between Slovakia and Ukraine, and they're going to do that. And Russia said, "Yeah, no, you're not. We're not going to allow this transaction to take place." So, if the plan is to bomb that Slovakian transport of these supplies to Ukraine, that's an attack on a NATO member.
Right.
And Jay Foxworthy is like, no, because if he does it when it's in Ukraine, but it's still a Slovakian supply line.
Right.
It's still Slovakian equipment until it's in the hands of the Ukrainians. It's still Slovakian trucks, and it's still Slovakian personnel that are moving it. If that's attacked by Russia, that's an attack on a NATO member.
Right.
That's World War III.
Right. And if Slovakia invoked Article 5, then the rest of NATO has to respond.
Yeah. So, I mean, intervening is one thing. Responding, that's a completely different. That's a different thing. And if this were to happen, considering Russia is making the threat that they will do this, then it would be the United States responding. Now,
I tend to think it's an empty threat.
Probably is, but then again, I mean, I don't know. Is he aware of what he's facing? Is my query.
I'm not entirely sure, and I know it's bad to remotely try to evaluate somebody, especially when you don't have any expertise like me. But there is another thing that tends to happen with people who are in that bubble, that bubble of hubris. That I think it does have an impact on their mental state. Because again, Hitler, he became paranoid. Stalin became paranoid.
Well, I mean, we do have somebody here on the panel who is familiar with altered states.
We do.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's an addiction counselor.
Yeah. Putin's in a whole different world. But I feel like all of us in America that dealt with the presidency of Donald Trump are pretty familiar with the patterns that Putin is showing, and basically he's just got a little bit more of a stranglehold on his country than Trump had on ours.
Right.
That's the extreme that it can get to.
And that's why
Plus,
one of the reasons.
personality disorders for sure.
And
I
that's
think
why
that-
you think it's an empty threat.
And that's also the reason why I thought that Trump admired Putin because Putin had that stranglehold that Trump really desperately wanted.
I want to say from what you said earlier, I want to posit a new theory about Joe, that he's actually not Mexican, that his dad was a zebra and his mother was a KitchenAid mixer. Hear me out. It explains, his color, but also explains how he's such a good cook.
Okay. Alrighty then.
There you go.
That's funny.
So, everybody in the chat, what do you guys think about the color, the hair color? Look good?
It's
right?
good.
Are you going for Jessica Rabbit?
No. Oh, I
Okay.
wore this top for you.
Well, I'm thinking that by October you'll get to that length, and you've got the eye makeup and everything. You just need the dress,
Yeah.
and the purple gloves.
She's
Purple
not bad. She's just drawn that way.
That's true. Yeah, no.
So
that's-
why is it that you're looking for World War III? Like we're all looking for the point that NATO gets drawn in, and we're like mincing little things here and there. I'm like, how many times can we go to Russia and have them say, you people that Russia doesn't have any control over, you can't be friends anymore because Russia says so. Every goddamn one of those is an act of war.
Yes.
Them trying to fucking push around the whole fucking rest of the world and say, you can't associate with those other people.
I mean, I understand, the Russian ruling class. It's not just, the ruling class. I understand they may be feeling, cornered or trapped, being surrounded by countries that are leaning towards the old Soviet enemies. I can understand why that can be uncomfortable. It doesn't mean that they can still tell sovereign nations who they can and cannot associate with.
And this is why I detest tankies. So this will make Vegas happy. I finally know what a tankie is. And these are self-labeled socialists and communists who basically run apologetics for Stalinism and Stalinist type behavior. And so a lot of them, because they tend to, hate America, even though they live here. So of course, because they still think of Russia as the old Soviet, communist state, which it hasn't been for a very long time. So of course, it's okay what Russia's doing, and it's Ukraine's fault for sidling up to the West. Which of course, as you said, is complete horseshit because, and it's funny. Somebody actually wrote to Bo a couple of weeks ago saying the exact same thing. Bo, the fifth column, and he's like, "You're not a leftist. You're supporting imperialism. If telling another nation who they can and can't associate with is imperialism, it doesn't matter if it's their next door neighbor or not."
Right.
So,
I mean, so like if the rulers of Russia are they're oligarchs, they're old Soviet people who had survived, the flipping of the country and the breakdown of the union. I get it. I can understand where there would be discomfort when their position in the world, where they used to be a superpower, and now they've got the economy the size of Italy, and a decaying military. I get it. They don't want to be surrounded by people that they've always considered to be enemies, or at least, their neighbors or friends with people they considered. And I get it. But still, if Kim Kardashian wants to sleep with Pete Davidson, Putin has nothing to say about it. It's not his game.
Are you saying that Putin is Kanye?
Yeah. While I was talking about it just now, I actually saw the similar dynamics.
Oh yeah, it totally fits.
Putin is Kanye. You know, we are Pete Davidson.
Yeah.
You know, in this scenario, or NATO is Pete Davidson in this scenario, and the Ukraine is Kim Kardashian. And Putin is having a breakdown.
Yeah. You know, and it's been crazy. And the thing is, the other thing too, I mean, I want to push back not on what you guys are saying, but what other people are saying when they say, "Oh, it's going to be a World War III." No, unless there's a nuclear exchange, which I highly doubt. That's I mean, he's gonna again make threats. I think they're empty threats, but as World War III, they can't handle their next door neighbor. I mean.
The entire thing is with that as like a World War III. It wouldn't be just Russia though. I mean, it would be China and North Korea as well.
Yeah, but why would they join in? They have nothing to be gained.
Well, China is already making noise that they support Russia.
Very very lightly though. I've been watching a lot of talk about that from some experts. They basically say that. Because China has recently came out and said, "Oh, yeah, we're the best of friends," and
North Korea is going to make noise because they'll make noise whenever they feel like they can get away with it.
Right. But the thing is, basically, Russia asked China for some stuff that China said no, or very nicely said no, and they basically promised a lot less than what Russia was asking for. Because basically, here's the thing: China is not friends of Russia. China is using Russia as a foil against the West for their own purposes. But if China is not going to let themselves be dragged down on behalf of Russia, because again, this is a three-way near peer contest between China, Russia, and the United States. So basically, China's aligning themselves the way they are. So I don't believe that China is going to risk a global conflict when it benefits them nothing at all. And I also don't believe that Russia is actually prepared to start launching nukes because it's not going to go well for them. So that being the case, I mean, they're going to bluster. They're going to want it because here's the thing: what they're counting on. There are a lot of people in, not just the United States, but in Europe especially, who remember being under that umbrella. We all grew up with that, in the 70s and 80s with the constant thing of, World War III real World War III could be touched off tomorrow. Right. But I do not at all believe it's an actual likelihood, but they're going to use the rhetoric because it scares a lot of people.
Right.
There are a lot of people think that if two planes have a dogfight and one gets shot down, that the very next thing that happens is nuclear weapons get launched, and that's fucking stupid.
Well, I mean, but it doesn't have to be to the extent of nuclear weapons being exchanged to be a world war, though. I mean, if when other nations began to get pulled into the conflict, Russia is not isolated in the world. There are very few, but there are nations that are willing to support and to step up.
Right.
And this is one of the reasons why no other country has gotten involved in this conflict yet, because a lot of NATO members would really like to get in there.
Well, here's the thing, though. In order for it to be a world war, Russia and its allies have to be in a position to project power beyond their own spheres of influence. Right now, just to make it clear to everybody who doesn't know, Russia has deployed 65% of their ground forces to Ukraine, and they're getting housed. They don't unless they did a general call up. They are not in any position to be fighting. They can't even fight a war on their own doorstep, let alone project power anywhere else.
Now, the biggest thing I think that kind of, in my point of view, the biggest thing that kind of plays down the concept of a possible world war is the fact that that most recent UN vote against Russia only had 3 or 4 countries stand by Russia's side. The rest of the world voted against them.
Right.
Yeah, they're not completely isolated, but they're getting there.
And then
the longer this drags on, the more likely they will be isolated.
And to give people an idea of because of course a navy is a very important element for projecting power away from your borders. Mm-hmm. This is what's currently in the Russian Navy: one aircraft carrier, and it's way smaller than any of ours. 2 battle cruisers, 3 cruisers, 10 destroyers, 11 frigates. That's what they have as far as ocean-going Navy, and then they have
That's a brand new state-of-the-art aircraft carrier, correct?
no.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
No, the Kuznetsov was commissioned in 1990.
Okay, then last year, I want to say it was last year, Maddow had a whole big thing about Russia's new aircraft carrier. And they showed the old one where it had the ramp. that's how bad it was. It had a ramp.
Yeah, well, yeah, well, because yeah, well, even there, we're talking about what's actually in service right now. So they may be working on something, but this is what's currently in their Navy. They've got, and I'm going to leave out ballistic missile submarines because again, they only matter if there's actually a nuclear exchange. So
Right.
10 cruise missile subs, 14 attack subs. I'm not going to count. They have 22 diesel subs. Diesel subs they're technically ocean going, but they're really for protecting your coast. They do not have long range support capabilities. So they have 24 subs of any note, and they've got 27 surface combatants. We have more submarines than they have ships in their
Say, that sounds like that's what we've got parked basically at Aberdeen Proving Grounds right now.
Yeah, we have 89 destroyers. We have like 40 or 50 some cruisers. We have about 85 attack submarines. We have 10 aircraft carriers. Our Navy dwarfs theirs. I mean, it's not even close. So their ability to project power, again, leaving the nuclear option aside, their ability to project power is almost nothing. I mean, they sent a task force to go deal with Ukraine, and the media referred to it as a big armada, and it was a destroyer, a frigate, and 4 small corvettes. I'm like, that's not a big armada. That's less than one carrier battle group.
I believe there's more firepower in Somalian pirates.
Yeah, exactly. So their ability to project power, the United States has more than double the number of combat aircraft, and that's not even counting what NATO has.
Right.
So this idea that and the thing is, the fact is, if they've got 2/3 of their military in one place, where else are you going to fight? Again, as long as it doesn't go nuclear. I mean, but here's the thing. This is where reason why, regardless of whether he survives or not, Putin's going to go down as the man who destroyed Russia, because he's basically lifted the veneer off that where we for the last 20-30 years we've been under this misapprehension that Russia is a world power. They're not.
They're not.
They're not.
No. Well, I mean, their economy was a giveaway to that.
Right. And you think about it, we've been so busy worried about fighting Russia. Their defense budget for like last year was $47 billion. Ours was 778.
Yeah.
I mean, we so think about that. We have our defense budget is more than 10 times theirs. And like I ran at this when the beginning of the conflict, and there were a lot of people who, again, they read like popular shit and they don't really know a lot. They don't really follow it. They're like, oh, well, the Su-57 is such a great plane. And it seems that it is. They have 12 of them. I was like 14, and 10 of them are prototypes, and 4 of them are like production models. It's not a factor. It's not a factor. And they also don't have stealth, even though it's a newer plane. It's like a 4.5 generation. It's maybe slightly better than our old 4th generation planes, but they have a dozen of them. So again, not a factor. If it actually came to a conventional war in Europe, I mean, basically, remember all those convoys that were stranded? We could have literally wiped them all out in a matter of a few days.
Right. That's what I'm wondering why that hasn't happened yet. Why hasn't Ukrainians? Why haven't they done that?
Well, the problem is for the Ukrainians. The Ukrainian, and this was the one big advantage the Russians had going in versus the Ukrainians. Ukrainians only had 94 active combat aircraft going into this thing, and they lost about somewhere between 25% and a third on the first couple of days because those missile strikes that the Russians had hit several airfields and destroyed a bunch of aircraft. Although apparently some of the aircraft that were destroyed were basically non-functional anyway. So they didn't have Ukrainians don't have much of an air force, and right. But the thing is, and that said, the Russians don't have control of the skies either, which is why the Ukrainians are able to use drones to great effect and roam the countryside and just blasting away Russian equipment everywhere.
I've seen the Molotov cocktail drones that they've built now with just simple printed parts to add to commercial drones just to be able to drop those things. I'm like, war is different. And a stranded convoy is just a sitting duck for being rained down upon by homemade drones. Well, even if like I was looking at the mechanism of it, even if that bottle doesn't ignite, imagine being a troop and just having a bottle smash on your truck that's like an accelerant, like gasoline just smashed on your truck. That's fucking scary, right? That even if it doesn't ignite all the way, because I'm not too sure how like a bottle at that height falling, I'm not sure it's going to keep the ignition. But fuck.
Every day that goes by is another day that I'm surprised this war is still going on.
Yeah.
Based on what we thought we knew about Russia, this should have been over. And it's shocking, in a good way, that it's not. And that's the bad part, though. But you know what I mean.
My fear of the nuclear option from Russia has like been engaged for ever since the ruble lost half its value, because that economic sanction war that we've now levied upon them is so devastating that he's backed into a corner. Like if any country had ever been backed into a corner, right, he is right now. The only way he could win would be to say fuck the world and flip the table over.
Well, the problem with the nuclear option and the literal nuclear option is they say it too much. Do you know what I mean? It's like they say it too much. In 2016, some Russian official, I don't remember who it was or what his title was, had said that if Hillary Clinton won the election, there would be a nuclear war. That they would, that's it. And that was apparently meant to scare a certain demographic of American to not vote for Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
And it had some effect.
Mm.
You start waving around nuclear missiles, that has an effect. Especially on like people my age, Joe's age, and older, who basically grew up being told that the world would end in our lifetime. It does have an effect.
Yeah.
But they do it so often that I'm in the same camp as Joe. It's an empty threat. There is reporting that Putin has lost his mind. I don't know if that's real or if that's propaganda, meant to make Putin seem scarier so that their support in military engagement. I don't know.
Well, there's that long table. That long ass fucking table. And he's apparently afraid to eat food that is prepared by anything other than his own men. But anybody who's done the things that he's done should be afraid.
Well, this is the thing, this is the reason why I'm not going to say for certain that his own people are going to take him out. But here's the thing: I think he's unwittingly creating the circumstances where that might happen. If you remember, just before the attack happened, it was one of those things that started to get airplay, and then the war started, and people forgot about it. But there was somebody, one of his ministers, security minister, that basically said something, kind of basically implying that it wasn't necessarily a good idea. It wouldn't necessarily be a good idea to do what he ended up doing. And then somebody was like, "Hey," and then he was like, so then the guy realized what he had just done, and he was like, "Oh well, no," and basically kind of waved it off. And then Putin figuratively got in his face. I was like, "No, say it. What is it?" And the guy's like, "Oh," and you can see he shrink back, like, "Oh shit, I just fucking stepped into a hornet's nest." But here's the thing, so he's basically, because the FSB is one of the intelligence, it's the FSB and the GRU. So the FSB, they kind of prop him up. They're kind of why he's still in power. They're the ones that do a lot of his dirty work. They're the ones that go around putting the radioactive material in his enemies' food and stuff like this. Well, he's basically started to discipline them as a scapegoat for his own bullshit. He's doing basically a very Stalin-esque kind of purge. He's purging some generals. He's purging some people from the FSB. They're only going to take that for so long, because a lot of times they shrink back because they want to stay out of the line of fire. But if they start to think that, hey, there is no safe place, they all remember what Comrade Stalin did, and for that matter, Comrade Andropov too. So I think it'll reach a point where they get significantly scared enough, not of what he'll do if they say anything, of what he'll do if they don't.
Right.
And that's why I think even if he were to go that far to say, let's just start chucking some missiles, I think that his people would stop him. I really do. Or would just tell him no.
I had that thought too, that even if he were to give the order, it doesn't mean that missiles would fly.
Right.
I hear you that we've heard nuclear way too much. We've also heard you two countries that are not under our control better not do that thing, or else we'll go nuclear. But we've heard them tell other countries, you can't do that, you can do that, you can't do that. Way too much.
Right.
And we now know that they're engaged in something that's so taxing that yes, we can. We could all do all the things that they say that can't be done.
Right.
We could all help Ukraine. We could allow Ukraine be in NATO. We could accept them in the EU and all that stuff. And they can't do shit about it because they're right now engaged in Ukraine.
Yeah, they're stuck.
They're stuck.
So I looked him up. It's Vasily Arkhipov. He was a Soviet naval officer on a submarine, and he was given the order to fire a nuclear missile at the carrier, one of the carrier battle groups that was blockading Cuba, or quarantining Cuba, because blockades are an act of war. And he said no, and he was not executed. They basically, they weren't happy about him, but at the end of the day, he survived.
Yeah.
There was also another one. Let me see. Yeah, Stanislav Petrov. He's another one. Let me see here.
Yeah, that's the one I heard of.
Yeah. Now there was a false alarm. There was a false alarm,
and he said no.
Right.
And he turned out to be right.
Yeah.
Good call.
Yeah, so and I think, quite frankly, I think if he were to launch nukes or try to launch nukes, I think the oligarchs would have him taken out.
Well, I think as a threat, it has lost a lot of its power, and the only way to reinstate that kind of power and that kind of a threat is to use it. So.
Well, how do you handle a bully? If we're going to uh, make this an analogy of Kanye versus Pete Davidson and Kim, how do you handle that?
You punch the bully in the fucking mouth.
Do you keep on listening to their voicemail messages and then not doing the things that they don't want you to do?
Yeah, no, they Kim needs to be protected and Kanye needs to be stopped.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what I think on the world stage. I think that's exactly what we're attempting to do. I don't think we're doing a good job. I don't think any of the Western powers are doing a good job. I think there's a lot of bullshit and a lot of un not necessarily unjustified fear
Yeah.
around it. When the idea to take the jets from Poland and give them the MiGs and give them to the Ukraine, when the Pentagon said no, I mean, I'm like, what? Number one, they're not your planes. They
Yeah.
belong to Poland. Number two, if they want to give them the fucking planes, give it. It'll help them.
Right.
And
Plus the fact it was our idea in the first place.
yeah, and I don't think it would widen the conflict. Why would it? And there's a fear that it may backfire. How? Give these people the tools they need to defend themselves.
Right.
If you're not going to send troops, give them the tools they need to defend themselves.
Right. I mean, quite frankly, if obviously I'm not in charge of anything, but if I were, you position those just in case measure. You position those ballistic missile subs in all the right places. You start keeping your bombers on fail safe, and maybe deploy some to other parts of the world that are closer, so they have shorter flight time.
Yeah.
And basically you prepare. So this way, if you take the step of, hey, we're gonna give them the planes, and if they actually look like they're gonna actually do something, you're ready to go. You're ready to hit them before they hit you.
So there's another part to this that I feel like we know publicly what the U.S. will admit to as far as supplying the Ukraine right now, right? There's got to be subversive means of supplying them with like food and water right now that's happening.
Well, we are giving them food and water.
Yeah, but like a little bit over and above. They've now had their Ukrainian Foreign Legion has had like 16,000 soldiers sign up from all over the fucking world.
Yeah.
Probably not like Al-Qaeda. We're talking about like people that really feel like they can make an impact.
Oh yeah.
Have signed up from all over the world. Probably a few of those have been told, you know what, you're resigning today and you're joining the
it's already happened.
Yeah, Foreign Legion.
I've actually seen a few guys that got interviewed. Yeah, there's some guys that resigned and now they're part of the volunteer force.
Yeah, so just that to me is like, well, if they're defending the high ground, that's all they need. Is that they've got the world's best down there.
Yeah, and quite frankly, I have zero doubt that we've got special forces in country, keeping an eye on things, watching what the Russians are doing, reporting, just, not engaging in any combat, but just, keeping an eye on shit.
I just think what we see in the news is just the surface of that iceberg.
Yeah, always. So first I want to say hi to Tommy from the Bronx.
It is Tommy. Hi,
Why
Tommy.
isn't he in here? It's not like this is the dinner club and he has to avoid it with like painting his nails and shit.
Well, he might be painting his nails. What's wrong with painting your nails? I mean, mine aren't painted.
There's nothing wrong with doing it, using it as an excuse. You could do it while talking to us.
I could.
Yeah, you could.
So, Tommy, do you want to come in? He might be snowboarding somewhere.
And fucking the Bronx.
Well, not in the Bronx.
What, he gets out?
He gets out of the Bronx, yeah, a little bit.
Oh wait. He's from the Bronx. I get it.
I don't even know. I don't even know if that's accurate, to be honest with you.
Are you doubting the Bronxationness of
I just, he's defusing missiles right now. That's what I thought.
the power tools that were going on in my place before were actually about cleaning things. We got some brushes that attach to drills, and we were power cleaning walls and stuff.
Okay. What happened?
We have some fake brick facade in the kitchen that like catches dinginess in the mortar part.
I get it.
We got some power tool brushes to just like brush the fuck out of that shit.
Behind the facade of this innocent looking bookstore. So one of the things that just I'm back on your crane again real quick. What's funny is even the stuff like, okay, the F-15 joined service in 75, and it can still kick the ass of most of what's in the Russia's inventory.
Okay.
Even the newer stuff.
Did you say 75?
Yes.
Shit's older than me.
Yep.
Not older than me.
Or me. But so that what they decided to do was, some of the airframes are getting old. So they decided they need something that has like a strike aircraft that has a lot of payload capacity. And they're looking at it like, well, look, anything with a lot of payload capacity can't be stealth anyway, because you can't stuff that much stuff in internal bays. So they realized there wasn't anything better than the F-15 at it. So they're basically designing a new one based on the original with some changes to make it more stealthy. And so we're basically redesigning an aircraft that's 45 years old and basically tweaking it, and it's going to be a new generation aircraft.
Well, I mean, wouldn't they like from the bottom of the plane make it more angular and stuff instead of rounded?
There's certain things you can do, but the problem is like, and when you're carrying lots of ordnance, I mean, the only way you could, usually if you have pylons, everything's hanging out, and that's like puts out a huge radar signature. You can tuck things up closer to the body, but when you do that, you limit the carrying capacity.
Right.
So there's only so much you can do. Although one thing I saw that was pretty amazing, they said by taking because the F-15 has twin vertical tail stabilizer, canting them out by 15 degrees cuts the radar signature by like 40%.
Right.
Yeah. Well, you wouldn't think that would make that much of a difference, but apparently it does. So that, and they're putting radar absorbent material, which cut down like 60%. So they're basically going to take the current plane, the redesigned version of the plane will have a cross section like 20% of what the current plane has, and still carry that huge capacity.
So, in 2 weeks ago, we started hearing rumors of the Ghost of Kiev, right? And how apparently the Ghost of Kiev is a pilot in a 4th generation fighter who has been shooting down Russian 5th generation fighters and has 12 confirmed planes shot down by the Ghost of Kiev. And I was like, we don't know the identity of this fighter, right? 2 things must be going on here. Like, it's either a foreign fighter, that's why we don't know the identity. Maybe it's on loan, but also the other thing is maybe the Russians thought they had 5th generation fighters, and they don't.
They don't.
There's something about their fighters that is very trackable by a 4th generation fighter, and that's all that was needed to take their 5th generation status and remove it.
Yeah, basically the only fighter that's really truly a 5th generation is the Su-57, and again, it doesn't have stealth. I mean, it's lower observability, but it's still it's not a stealth aircraft. So they said basically, like, even though like it's more maneuverable than the F-35, but it doesn't matter. And the F-35 can pick it up probably at 30, 40 mile range and has missiles that can go 75 miles. So it's like, if it survives to get close enough, good luck. But chances are it won't make it.
I don't know that 75 miles is, far enough away from any border that Ukraine still has with anything. I think Russia's, within 75 miles of every part of Ukraine that still stands.
Basically, yeah. So that so that's the thing. It's so really anyone with skill now, and then like the F-35, it has the radar cross section of a golf ball. So they could detect it. They'd have to be within like 5 to 10 miles to be able to detect it.
Yeah. Well, then all we have to do is launch a bunch of golf balls then, right?
Yes, that's the answer.
Just had an idea. We should tell Ukrainians this idea because it's pretty good. Why don't they just all start launching weather balloons? Just like scatter like signal, like they want their own airspace. Fucking everybody just launch some fucking balloons everywhere. Fucking Mylar balloons still too.
Right. Something that'll reflect radar.
Mylar balloons in the air would really fuck with some radar.
Yeah.
Just keep on fucking launching them. Let's send them our helium tanks.
What's kind of funny? I mean, apparently, I guess one of the reasons, like the Ukrainian Air Force hasn't been a bigger factor, is that the Russians still have a fair bit of surface to air capability.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the things that the Ukrainians have been focusing on is killing surface to air missile batteries and both missile batteries and guns. And I remember seeing 2 different videos where drones took out 2 surface air missile systems. And I was watching, they had an expert that was kind of doing a debrief on those. And he's like, okay, now look at this. And he basically pointed out that in no case were the radars deployed for active search. They were stowed in the travel position. So here they are in their convoys. They're not even looking for fucking targets coming at them. So that's why they're getting picked apart, because they have all these, fairly good surface to air systems, and they're not even using them. At least not consistently, anyway.
Tommy says that we have a shortage on helium, and I don't know for sure, but whenever I've seen a video with Tommy in it, he seems pretty short too. Never met the guy in person. Anybody here can corroborate?
I have not.
I'm not talking about anything naughty. I'm talking about like real height, that kind of shortage.
Right. And
yeah. Nothing like Trump's hands.
I was always under the impression that Tommy is not short. But
Tommy says that he's 6'2",
which means he's probably 6 foot.
Okay.
So, and that's not short.
Okay. For someone from the Bronx, I suppose.
Yeah, I was just thinking of all this talk about the war and airplanes and everything. I was actually watching clips of Red Dawn last night. The original, not that 2012 crap.
Okay.
And where he's like, how you get yourself shot down, Colonel? It was 5-1. I got 4. And now we know that actually probably would be true, because I was kind of shocked. The F-15 has been used in combat since it first got into combat around 79, 80 or whatever. The Israelis have made good use of them. The Saudis, we have. Its record in air combat, 102 to 0. So 102 kills of enemies, never been shot down by enemy aircraft, never been shot down by enemy ground fire. It's the only fighter in history that's ever been in extensive numbers of combats that's never been shot down.
I'd feel sorry for the first person who does get shut down.
I know, right? Breaking the streak.
Breaking the streak would be horrible on that.
You know, even during the Gulf War, when I think we lost about 45 aircraft total between the Air Force and Navy, Marines, and Army, and not one of them was. And even though like a good 20% of the missions were by F-15s, not a one went down. Pretty cool. I remember as a kid when I first saw. I loved the look of it from when I was a kid. And I built like 3 or 4 F-15 models when I was young.
So, if we have F-15s that are just like souped up for our next purchase of planes, is that going to make Tom Cruise want to make another movie?
No.
Well, see, no, because he was a Navy, because and these are Air Force planes.
Oh, see, there you go.
Unless he switched services.
Yeah, Tom Cruise just. No.
Yeah, when the hell is the Maverick supposed to come out? It's been pushed back like 4 times.
When people are willing to go to the theaters and give all of their money to Tom Cruise.
So I posted something on Facebook the other day, and I was actually thinking about Tom Cruise when I posted it. I basically said, never trust people whose smile never reaches their eyes.
Huh.
And that's like people like in religious cults like Scientology and all that kind of stuff. A lot of those people, when they smile at you, their eyes don't like move. Like the shape of their eyes doesn't change. They don't, there's no joy in their eyes. They're dead from here up. And that's what that is. Like people who smile and their smile doesn't reach their eyes. Is that you fucker?
You got me.
It was you. God damn it.
What?
You send me a thumbs up.
We've been thumb wrestling this whole time.
You're not far from wrong, Tommy.
Yeah, I actually read there was an article about that. If it was the U.S. against the world, I don't know. I don't think we would be victorious, and according to this article, we wouldn't be either. But holy shit, we would do a lot of damage in a non-nuclear war.
Well, see, the funny thing is, a lot of people don't realize, in addition to the stuff that we have in active service, there's the boneyard out in, I forget if it was Arizona or New Mexico. We've got thousands of aircraft and planes and stuff out in the desert being preserved.
Yeah.
In addition to what we have, I mean, as it is, we have about 3,000 combat aircraft, and with tons and tons of shit in reserve. We have about 1,000 F-16s in reserve. That's more than most of the year. Like most of our European allies have like 200 planes each. Some of them have 100. So, and you think about it now. We don't have that many reserve carriers. We used to keep a lot of like former aircraft carriers in reserve. We don't really anymore. I think we only have like one. But if you think about it, we have more aircraft. Like if you look at the full size carriers, we have more than the entire world combined. Like Bo was saying, so the largest air force in the world is U.S. Air Force. The third largest is the U.S. Navy. No, sorry, it's the Army. Sorry, second was the Army. Third was Russia, and fourth was the U.S. Navy. And then we're also sick. Then the Marines were sixth. And yeah, I mean, like The only thing now, Britain has built 2 carriers in the last few years, and China has built 2. Modern actually in the process of building a third. India has some older ones. India has built 2 of their own. But again, we still have more than all of them.
Yep.
So,
No, Jonah.
No, it isn't necessary. No.
because I'm American, I was imagining
Hoo-wah.
what's a way that somebody could profiteer off of the Ukrainian struggle right now? Just because I'm an American, right? I was like, what if I went on Alibaba.com, to buy some Chinese like crap? How much could I buy a Ukrainian flag for? And so if you buy in bulk, you could get them for 50 cents each, right? the 5, you could wear it as a cape if you want to, Ukrainian flag, just blue and yellow. They got the other types, but I'm not sure that those other types don't mean like nationalism. So
Right,
like there's this little symbol that you could have in the middle. So I just want the regular one, right?
Right.
So I thought about it and I was like, for the amount of time it's going to take Chinese crap to get through U.S. ports, and then like it to get to me, and then I go to say a flea market and then sell all these Ukrainian flags. The amount of time it would take just to get them from China, I really think that this war should be over, and nobody will care anymore, right? That's what I'm thinking. Like,
but if you ordered them 3 weeks ago,
because I could probably flip those flags for like $5 and have them like fly off my table like hotcakes, right?
Well, see, Mike,
it connects money.
Well, but here's how you do it though. You don't actually have to have them in your possession to sell them.
What? Are you talking about drop shipping schemes?
You basically you put them up and then you order and have them delivered to all the people from directly.
Watching too much YouTube.
But it works. People do it all the time.
What if you can't fulfill your orders?
Who cares?
You've been watching too much Star Trek with Ferengi.
Dude, you talked about being an American and profiteering. Profiteers do not give a shit.
Okay, I might suck at being an American because I have a heart and I want people to
there you go. That's the point I was making to you. You can't be a profiteer because you're not a scumbag.
Enemies are on every shore of the U.S.
So
every as in both. We would be glad we had that much weaponry. We wouldn't need it though.
Well, the funny thing is too is like people. I don't know how many people I've run into that say like, "Oh, well, we have to have all this because China could invade us." I'm like, no, they can't. Because people don't understand logistics. They look at the China's got a 1 million man army. Like, yeah, they can't swim. So from Asia, so that means they have to have hundreds of ships to 1, transport them here, and then 2, to supply them here. Because
now,
you need to.
China has a scientific breakthrough in teleportation.
Right. Then we're in trouble.
And then we have a problem. Yeah.
Then we have a problem. But until that happens, people never think about the logistics side. They just think, oh, well, they could just show up. Like, no, they can't walk here.
Right now, if we piss off Canada, and then Canada begins to like secretly build a massive military that we somehow wouldn't know about.
Yeah.
That might be a problem.
But that's the other thing too. My point to people is always like, oh well, people say, oh, they could build it, right? They could, but if they start doing that, we can see it. In fact, what's one thing we have seen over the last 15 years is China has revamped their navy. It's a lot better now. Look, it still pales in comparison to ours.
Wait. I'm sorry, Joe. Wait, Japan did just fine getting here. What was the date, dude?
What do you mean by here? Whether it's the Bronx or Connecticut, they hit Hawaii.
They hit Hawaii, which was not a state.
That's right. Hawaii and Alaska. They did last in the not Alaska proper. They landed in a couple of the Aleutian Islands. And that was it. That's as far as they could get because again, they did not have the sea lift capacity to move any kind of significant forces to do an invasion of the mainland.
They did kamikaze attacks.
Well, and also he's talking about pre-radar, pre-satellite.
Yeah, imagine now. What do you mean imagine now? If a ship leaves China in the middle of the night,
We know about it.
we know. We don't have to wait for it to get here. As soon as it leaves, we know. We would know as they're filling it.
Right.
We would know.
And the fact that our Pacific fleet alone is bigger than the entire Chinese Navy. So the Navy that's protecting their sea transports would have to not die in order for their transports to reach here. Because transports without their protection will all die between submarines and sea launched missiles and air launched missiles.
I can guarantee you that people in our federal government somewhere have seen your penis, Tommy. Do you think that those people, well, number one, wanted to see that, and number two, wouldn't know if China was planning a war? Come on.
He's going to need a little piece of tape for his webcam.
Yeah. But I mean, that's the thing. I mean, none of this happens. So my thing is, like, okay, if we see the Chinese suddenly start to build up sea lift capacity that could even be close to sufficient, okay, well, then we can do the same. We can outbuild them anyway.
Yeah.
So it's just like none of this shit happens like overnight. None of it's a surprise. A sub. You cannot invade a country with a sub.
Yeah, I that's kind of the point, though, Tommy. It was a submarine, and it showed up. I remember when it showed up, and it wasn't in. It wasn't like in U.S. waters, though.
Right?
Was it? No,
it wasn't. And the thing is, the other thing too, it's like, again, you're not going to invade a country with a sub. You can carry maybe a squad of guys.
There was actually a couple of them. And actually, even like less than like a year ago, I think there was.
But it's not a cargo ship, Tommy. It can't carry that 1,000,000-man army. It's not getting on submarines and getting here undetected. They would need somewhere in the order of 3,000 to 4,000 submarines, and they still wouldn't even be close enough.
2 guys at a time.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about interpolation right now because Tommy said that he's 6'2", and there is a picture of him standing next to TJ, who is 6'6". Right. So if we're going to imagine what is the penis size that the NSA has seen about Tommy, we take TJ's penis and then interpolate over to Tommy.
Okay, I don't know if anybody has seen TJ's penis.
I thankfully have not seen with it.
Which TJ?
The Amazing Atheist.
Because he's not the only TJ.
Amazing Atheist TJ.
He's 6'6".
Yes, he is. I thankfully have neither seen his penis or the banana in his butt. Mind you, I have no. The people like got on his case and made fun of him. Look, I don't care if he wants to like stick in his butt. Maybe it feels really good. I don't know.
That's far from the craziest thing. I mean, I've had sexual conversations with the Amazing Atheist, and he's out there.
Yeah, but Tommy, the discussion was whether or not China could come here and invade the country. So yeah, they could get a sub like close, no doubt. But could they get a naval armada here to bring even a few 100,000 troops, let alone 1,000,000? No.
So yes, Michael, yes.
Oh, and to what you were just saying about strange things, Suzanne was an ER nurse for a long time, and two stories that she relayed to me. One where the couple that came in on the gurney, I guess what it was, the guy had he was allergic to latex and didn't know it. And he put the condom on, and then he got in her, and then did I tell you about that one? And then he got stuck in her. The other one was the guy who came in with the flashlight in his butt. And so at first I thought I'm thinking handle first, and she's like, No.
No, it was an illuminating experience.
Well, and the thing is that when he tried to take it out, he unscrewed it, and the batteries fell out and got stuck in his rectum.
Oh, that sounds like it could do some real damage.
Yeah. So they had to like knock him out, and that's so they have the light end, which of course is wider. So that's why. So that's all that and the batteries, and everything all stuck in his rectum. And it's like, oh god.
So I was on a I don't want to call it a dating site because it wasn't a dating site, a fetish site. I don't remember the name of it. Not FetLife. It was.
You didn't join everybody else on FetLife?
I'm sorry.
You didn't join everybody else on FetLife?
God, what was it? I don't know. It was like a leather, kind of a. Anyway, I found the Amazing Atheist on there.
Ah.
And he knew who I was, and he was just like, "Oh, yeah, from YouTube, blah 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 blah." Knew completely who I was. We're like, okay, that was cool. So whatever. And we talked about him finding someone to kill and eat him before he turned a certain age. I don't remember what it was, if it was 30 or 35 or whatever, that he wanted to be eaten.
Yeah, he talked to
I
me.
gave him some tips on how to find someone that would be willing to do that.
Well, yeah, what ended up happening, I was up like really late at night once, like 2:30 in the morning, and I posted something on Facebook, and then like I was friended with him on Facebook at the time, and he hit me up and was like, "Oh, hey, do you have a moment to talk?" And we started talking, and he brought that up, and I remember telling him like, "Well, you probably wouldn't get away with it here," but I mentioned I had been to Guyana, former British colony, and you might be. I said where Jonestown was, so you probably get away with it there, and so he was like going to look into that. It's like, I don't care if you want to be eaten. It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, if that's the thing. I mean, for him, the way he was talking about it wasn't like, I want to die and I think I would like to die being eaten. For him, it was more of a sexual thing. It was just like, if this is how you get off, you can only do it once.
Yeah. you just reminded me. You probably remember. It was a Looney Tunes. It was Bugs and Daffy, and they're doing a show, like a variety show, and and Bugs Bunny does his thing, and everyone's clapping for him, and then Daffy goes out, and then so he's getting crickets, and so then he does the thing, and he swallows the nitroglycerin, does all these things, and eventually he blows himself up, and everyone's cheering, and you see his soul going up to heaven, and he's like, Daffy, they loved it. They loved it. He said, yeah, but I can only do it once.
Yep. But don't eat my ass. That would be weird.
What's that from? I don't know who Summer Smith is.
I don't know.
Oh, apparently Maverick is coming out May 27th of this year.
Okay.
So is this a Top Gun sequel?
Yes.
I have no interest. I had no idea this was something they were doing.
Oh, really? Because we were talking about before, I thought you knew.
No.
Here you go.
What I want to know is, will it have guitar-driven music?
Of course.
That will affect our culture for years to come.
Oh, you know it. At least they're going to try anyway.
Yeah.
Here is that Bugs and Daffy thing I was talking about. In case anybody wants to. Some of the youngins might not have seen it before.
Kenny Loggins is still alive, right?
Hey, is this better?
What?
Then what?
Than it was before.
Yes, I like this better than the being smushed.
Is this better?
Well, cheek to cheek, me and Joe kind of look like Velcro.
Okay, so this is better.
Yeah.
I move around a lot, and I always felt like I was moving off of camera. So.
Well, your boobs are bigger the other way, but now we don't have the name tag in the way to see them.
Okay. All these Air Force.
I'm just speaking to all the different scenarios of like what people would like to see in us.
Okay. But Jonah, that's a Navy movie, not Air Force.
Well, they could also just like blow us up on their browser to where like they can only see you anyway. So yeah, name tag to the side is better.
Well, I mean, I could do that.
And me and Mike is his little.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. I hadn't really noticed that I can do StreamYard in full screen. So I was like, yeah, that's cool. So now you guys got bigger.
Did you get the OnlyFans set up?
Yes.
Okay, so people could like go to your YouTube channel and then go into the info and find the link to the OnlyFans.
I haven't put it in recent videos because
Right.
I haven't really
Well,
put anything new on OnlyFans.
but is it at least in the channel info to where like if I was digging for it, I wouldn't have to dig too hard to find it.
Is it? I don't know.
Leave me some fucking breadcrumbs. I'm trying to think like a pervert here.
I post links all the time
Okay.
on Twitter and Facebook. On the one Facebook account, not the other one. All the time saying, "Hey, I'm on OnlyFans," and I got nothing. Nothing. I have no idea how to market that. No idea.
I was thinking like, okay, so Mr. Repsion, he's got his OnlyFans and it's just feet, right?
Okay, but here's the thing: is
Yeah.
number one, my opinion. It's just my opinion. That's weird. Number two, Mr. Repsion, as weird as he is and always was always more popular than me.
Yeah.
Nobody likes me. I am not a likable person.
I like.
I feel like
You're
his
not a likable person
his-
either, Joe. So we get along.
Thanks.
I feel like his OnlyFans is like an anti OnlyFans thing because he's not going to do anything else but feet because that's all he's got. He's just kind of like playing with
But
that.
he's making money.
Yeah.
And I don't get it.
So here's what my plan is. I'll make one, but my OnlyFans account, I'll only be able to make a video like once every 2 months because I think that's like a healthy distance in between them, right? What I'm going to do is I'm going to wear those baby feet things that make your feet peel. And then I'm going to make a video peeling the dead skin off of my feet.
I was actually, while we were talking, I was peeling dead skin off my feet while we were chatting.
Did you use a chemical peel?
No, I was just scratching and peeling.
Okay. So what I'm planning is like a whole peel, right? So that when I
Your Guardians of the Galaxy?
Yeah.
No.
That's what it sounded like. Right?
So I want like thumbnails for my OnlyFans videos to look like zombified feet with like peeling skin like hanging off.
Okay.
And then see like if that's actually a fetish.
I actually have a couple of short clips pre-transition of me on OnlyFans of me taking part in sexual activities. Put it that way. And they're short and there's only a couple of them. And then there's like a whole bunch of pictures of my tits. And I have like no subscribers on OnlyFans. 0. I had one. And he commented something like, "Oh, wow, you're hot." And then he was gone. So, you're muted, my friend.
Yeah, if you want to come at us, like come correct.
Correct.
You do like Jazzy did. Jazzy actually, well, Jazzy she has 3 Facebook accounts, and she used one of them to basically promote her OnlyFans. That's how I found out about it.
Huh.
As long as you don't post anything that violates Facebook's rules.
More like lonely fans. That's right.
So why would Shadow Heathen think that I was dead?
I have no idea. Where'd he go?
What did you tell Shadow Heathen, Raven?
I have only spoken to Shadow Heathen once in the last several years.
Why would Shadow Heathen, who watches your stuff,
Shadow, hello. Thank you for coming in here if you're still here. Long time no see. As
why
you
was I presumed dead?
big changes. AOD is not dead
Yeah.
yet.
What is this yet? Yet sounds like an operative word. What the fuck?
Well, oh come on, it's true for all of us.
It's true.
It was true for me. I was the one born after 1975.
It'll still come
Well,
towards you.
we didn't say that you were likely to go before us. It's just that it's going to happen eventually.
It's going to happen. So you need to make peace with that now, counselor.
I'm going to upload my consciousness to the internet when it, as soon as the Brainlink thing that Elon's working on becomes commercially available.
And you can live like Upload.
Yeah. Annoy Shadow forever. Or maybe die a few more times than just normal. That way Shadow would be I guess more appeased. Because apparently like me being alive is shocking.
AOD lives.
Yeah. I was on the news last night and it was for something that was, a life or death like topic, but I mean, I was alive for that.
I watched it, by the way. I watched it.
You know, it was a well done piece as far as like the staging of every bit of that news thing. But I swear I talked to that woman for like 20 minutes and like 3 sentences of what I said actually made it in.
Yeah, that's what happens. That's what they do. They're going to go through it.
That I got, they said my name 5 times. I'm like, I find it odd to hear my own name, on the news.
I find it odd to hear my name.
Yeah.
Period.
I mean, I'm the kind of guy who I think I can make fun of Tommy from the Bronx's dick size because I'm not memorable. He's not going to remember me the next time that he sees me, so I'm going to get away with it. Right?
I can make fun of his dick size.
So the way that they said my name like 5 times, I was like, what the? It just seems odd. I don't hear my own name that much.
Yeah, I understand.
You come out from behind the mirror.
I have conversations with people these days, where they'll be like, "Hey, Raven, how you doing, Raven?" And it's just like, okay, I can see that you get it. You don't have to keep saying it.
Well, it helps me remember to not say anything else.
That makes sense.
I know you're not talking about me, but like thinking, oh man, now what am I going to do?
Believe me, I have wondered quite a few times if people have to keep reminding themselves to say she. But I think just by looking at me, I think that's just getting easier and easier though as time goes by.
Yeah, actually, I don't have like there was only that one time that I goofed was like a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, where I said your old name, but that was it. I mean, like like she just comes naturally now.
I think I look the part more and more as time goes by.
If I were going to dead name you, I'd say Dev.
Yeah.
And I'm not even sure that Dev is a gendered name.
Well, actually, it's Dev Shell was meant to be my female name.
Well,
that was the reason behind it, and much like Raven, it was chosen because it was femme sounding and because it honored my children.
Well, also too, I mean, that was your YouTube name also, so like yeah, I never took it as genuine at all. But you know,
Well, I
so
mean, it was Deb Shell, so it was like Mushell or Rochelle or
right.
Deb Shell. I thought it sounded very French.
Yeah. Well, also, I mean, if you think about it, it's kind of like, okay, um, I don't even remember what his last channel name was, but if I say Rith, you know who I'm talking about.
Right. Right.
Okay.
And that was not his last channel. In fact, that wasn't even. I don't even remember what his original channel name was, but Rith was not it either.
Rith Randell. Rith Randall? Rith Randall, something like
Yeah,
that.
that was a replacement channel too.
Oh, I didn't know him before
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I forgot what his original name, or at least the name he had when
Physical conservative.
that wasn't the first one either.
No.
And then there was something was it Perfidy?
Yeah,
Perfidy.
Unseen Perfidy. That wasn't the original. And then there was another one that was a little bit longer
Mr. Tinkle Snort.
for that.
Yeah, and then there's Tinkle Snort Emporium, where he's still playing the video games and trolling people.
Yeah. And but I really wish I could
Cardinal
remember.
Virtues.
But Cardinal Virtues.
Yeah, Cardinal Virtues, I think, was the second one.
Yeah. So
I
like,
still don't remember what the fucking original one was though.
yeah.
Well, the first one that I remember him ever having was Riff.
In case he's like ever gonna rewatch this clip, I just want to say that he's following in Brett Keen's footsteps as far as the number of channels that he's made.
Well, see, a
I
lot
know
of times,
it's a napalm.
yeah. Well, the thing is, in a lot of cases, though, they weren't even necessarily new channels. A lot of times, you just change the name of his channel. But see, so he blocks me probably about 6 months ago, and I don't know why. Like we were getting along really well, and everything was cool, and then all of a sudden, I noticed I wasn't seeing him, and then I know his name, his account's under his real name, and I put that in, and then I clicked on the thing because I could see that he had a profile, and then it said, "Oh, you're unable to view this," and I was like, and then I asked Puka, I said, "Hey, is he still there?"
He's
said,
still there. Because I actually I'm friends with him. I think on both my accounts.
Yeah, so I do not know. I was if I said anything to offend him or hurt him, he never told me. So I don't understand. I mean, I'm confused. Like I said, I'm not. I mean, I'm not mad. I just wish I knew what it was that I did or said that upset him.
Well, I mean, Tommy, first off, as I'm sure you remember, he was very abrasive to a lot of people on purpose. And he really got off on the trolling and on the arguments and on putting people down. And then he positioned himself to be like this very progressive kind of guy. And he wasn't.
Yeah.
He wasn't. So and then that's pretty much all I think I'll say about it. If anybody else wants to.
Well, the only thing else I'll say is he left for a while. Yeah, I'm not going to get into all the things that happened. It's not important, but
Yeah.
but he came back, and originally he came back to Facebook under he was using not his own name, and then I kind of somehow I picked up on it, and I said, "Hey, are you?" And he said, "Yeah." And he was very apologetic for everything he had done previously, and I was like, "Hey, cool, everyone, we all have our bad moments. You were growing and changing. That's cool. I'm not interested in holding a grudge." And we were getting along really well. So that's the only thing that perplexes me, because we were getting along really well. So if I crossed the line or did something wrong, I wish I knew. I'd apologize if I knew what it was.
I found it really shocking when he made national news. That was just like, wait, what? I can't. Why? It's on the tip of my brain. The right wing news source.
OAN?
No. Before OAN. Huh?
Fox?
Fox Noise?
No, not Fox.
Oh, with Alex Jones or Breitbart?
Breitbart did an article on him.
Okay.
And I was just like, whoa. And they used him as an example of like a Democrat, liberal, progressive person who uses their position as somebody who's progressive to stalk women or something like that. And it was just like, wow, that's so wrong on so many levels.
Oh yeah, I just found the article. I'm not going to post it, but I found it here.
Yeah, the article about him on Breitbart. Yeah,
Yeah.
amazing. Because then there was Richard Coughlin made international news when he was trending on Twitter for creeping Sharia.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Which is funny because he was making fun of the right wingers.
Yeah, yeah. And now we have Michael here on the news. What, twice?
More than that, but I'd say this past one just last night was the best experience I've had with a news organization.
Oh, that's good.
The other times when they were just taking my videos from my YouTube channel and then crediting youtube.com instead of like slash
Right.
me, those always sucked.
When I was running for office, and I was interviewed, as a candidate by the local paper, I really blew that interview. But when the article came out,
uh,
they took care of me. They, they wrote it in such a way that I was like, look at that. That's a viable candidate there.
yeah.
So
I had the thought when I was in the interview yesterday that I needed to think more like professional me because this is going out to my own city versus internet me. I
right.
need to not tell any of my dad jokes, and a couple of them popped in my head during the interview, and I kept myself from saying them. Things like one of the things that I kept myself from saying was I can't have my clients meet for group sessions because of coronavirus because I don't want one of them to kill the other one's grandma because that would be a horrible Yelp review for me. Right? I do not need to say that on the news that goes out to my whole fucking city. But that joke, it entered my head, and I was like, "Don't say it! Don't say it!"
Yeah, I get that. That makes sense.
They don't get my humor,
Yeah.
But they picked three good, not going to cancel me as a professional sound bites, and I was happy with it.
That's cool.
The worst thing that ever happened to me was ABC's 2020 when they took the clip of me with the ankle monitor that I was just tinkering with to show people like how you could subvert the ankle monitor. But I somebody at a place where I worked had cut one off and just left it. Right. And so it was in the lost and found. And I was looking at how there was a metal wire in the bracelet's band. And all you'd have to do to subvert that would be to have a long wire and then just pick 2 points on it and solder it in place and then cut the center and it would electrically be the same. And then you
Right.
could step right out of it. Right. That's what I made a video about. And I was trying to tell people don't trust ankle monitors to keep your community safe. Don't let a whole bunch of people out of jail with ankle monitors because this shit is not good. This
Right.
could be subverted. Well, they put me on 2020, like just holding up the ankle monitor and pulling apart the band and all that. And then like I was sandwiched in this like I call it the clown car of idiots, where one guy was putting butter underneath the ankle monitor, and one guy put his foot inside of a fucking freezer to use the freezer as a Faraday cage to like scramble the signal while he was cutting it off. And there was all these fucking idiots, and I was squished in between them. I looked like an idiot.
Oh,
Okay,
geez.
I want to. I'm sorry. And I'm sorry. I Ella love. I'm gonna say that your name is Angie. If it's not, I'm sorry, but that's what I can see. That's what it looks like to me. You want to become a trans woman, then you already are.
That's good.
Then you already are. If you feel that you're a woman inside and your outside doesn't match that, well, then you're a trans woman. So, congratulations.
All I
Happy
have
birthday.
to say about 2020, what they did was the whole like overarching premise of their story was the same as what mine was, but they used me as like the opposite.
Oh
Right,
god.
right in the middle of the circus of idiots.
So I,
I
I
love that.
wasn't happy with the way I was treated, but I was happy with their message. So I just left it alone. I'm not trying to sue people for money here,
Hmm.
but yeah, I was not treated kindly by them.
Okay, so a couple of things. Angie, I am also a male, because that is, my biological sex. But that's not my gender. So I understand, and if that's what you in your heart feel, and that's in your heart what you believe, then you already are a trans woman, and you don't have to do anything to be valid. But if you want to, then pursue it. Yeah, go for it. And Tommy, you do not want to become a trans man. Believe me, you don't. You really, really don't, because that would entail becoming female first. You're better off now. Trust me.
That's
So,
fine.
well, I mean, Angie has commented on a couple of. You are not. Angie has commented on a couple of my videos over the last couple of weeks, couple of months. And I
Okay.
didn't respond because I really didn't know what to say, and I didn't want to get into a prolonged back and forth on YouTube comments, because there's not much that I can say that I didn't just say now.
Right.
Um, but that's not going to be good enough for some people, and they're going to want to know things that I can't help them with. Um, so, Angie, like I said, you don't need to do anything to be valid. You are a trans woman if that's what you believe in your heart that you're. I don't know where you live. I don't know what your circumstances are. But proceed with caution and go for it.
So if belief in our heart is like the only criteria here, right? Hypothetically speaking, let's say I have a friend that sometimes believes, but then upon watching their own videos of themselves is very, very critical of themselves. Does that person count as a trans woman?
So, do I know this person?
I think so.
Is the person me?
I was I was framing it as a hypothetical here.
Is the person me?
Yeah.
I no longer really have. It's normal to be unsure and to be insecure. I mean, there's a million things about me, about my body that I would love to change. Some just it's not possible. Others it's financially prohibitive. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Uh,
Those are words.
and other things are just very vain and cosmetic, and and I think for never having a surgery, I've come real far in a very short time. I look good. Um, Actually, I have a neighbor who I love, like doing the whole boob thing, because I think it makes them uncomfortable. And I I saw him, I saw him yesterday, and yeah, so I was doing it. I went, I said, I look good, don't I? And he said, you look like a movie star.
Oh, that's cool.
Like, win.
Yeah.
That-
Yeah. I mean, insecurity. I mean, I think all of us are insecure to some degree. I mean, I'm my gender identity is definitely not something I'm insecure about, but I'm insecure about a lot of fucking things. Um, I'm definitely a man, but that doesn't buy me anything. It really doesn't. Um,
there's like a way of thinking about, like, for me, like, kind of like this evolution. um I mean, there was the whole thing about, like, gay and then non-binary, and that whole thing. And I think that's like a separate track than kind of like where I'm at now when they're talking about the security and having doubts about whether or not I'm actually, a trans woman, that kind of stuff. I'm actually kind of past a lot of that. Like I'm now to a point where I'm dropping the trans.
So we are just declaratively saying woman.
Yes.
Full stop.
Full stop. Yeah. I'm now still say trans. It's many times it's more for other people, especially if I'm communicating with somebody in text. And I don't want anybody to like freak out or to be surprised or whatever. Recently somebody was hitting on me, and I said, first off, I need you to know that I'm a trans woman. I didn't hear from them again for weeks. Then today I got a message. They said, hey, do you want to go out for a drink? I'm like, wow, you really needed to make peace with yourself. I mean, but yeah, I mean, it's to having the trans attached to it is becoming less important to me. And I use it more now for other people than for myself. There's a lot of like socialization that I still have to peel through, like layers of an onion. But I'm a lot further along now with that than I was when, back in that time that you were just referred to. So
I just wanted to say, onions.
okay, so I have, I mean, and we've talked about Joe, you're a big boy. there's and I sometimes do feel funny talking about like food or weight and that kind of stuff, because it's both food is something you love, and food being things that puts weight on people, becomes a trigger conversation for possibly a conversation of things that maybe that you don't want to have or I don't want to have, or that the people watching might feel weird about. So I tend to stay away from it. But I spent most of my adult life at about 140 pounds. I'm at 210 pounds right now. I'm not happy. And I mean, I'm saying that sitting, next to you, that, at 210, I'm feeling very, very, very unhappy that, I'm like massive. I'm not massive.
Believe me, I totally get it.
You know what I mean?
Oh, I totally get it. Here's the thing. I mean, because I've struggled my entire life. So this is what I had. I don't know if you saw it. I had a really big argument with Tracy Harris a few weeks ago, and basically what it was is she got angry she saw an ad for some weight loss thing, and she was angry because they didn't give any reason for the weight loss. It was just like, oh, you can lose weight. And I said, well, no, actually, I prefer that because what I've always hated my whole life is when they do this thing, oh, you'll feel better about yourself. Why should I feel better about myself? I didn't change as a person. I just changed how I look, or I mean, I might feel physically better, but I've always rebuffed this idea that somehow, because the implication is if I'm going to feel better if I'm thinner, that I should feel bad about myself now. And so I was trying to explain to her, and she was, so I said, no, so this is better, not making any judgment in the commercial. I personally prefer, and I'm amazing. I'm like, as the fattest person, I'm pretty sure the fattest person, I kind of, been like this my whole life. I kind of know what I'm talking about.
I knew one person bigger than you. He was my cousin, my first cousin. He was actually a Richard Simmons case.
Oh, wow.
On TV and the whole deal. And he died from leukemia in West Patterson, New Jersey.
Oh, wow.
And they had to cut the side of the house out.
Wow.
To get him out of the house. And they took him out on
that's substantially bigger than me.
Truck. He was well over 700 pounds.
I mean, at my heaviest, I was 600.
Yeah.
But see, the thing is for me too, what helps is that I'm very tall, and I'm broad at the shoulder. You know, I have a big frame, so I can. So yeah, because most people that weigh what I do look like a marshmallow. I mean, they're and not that I look great or anything, but but the thing is, so then she was like, well, the problem isn't people's weight, it's society. I said, yeah, but look, people, you're right. No one should be judged for their weight, but you got to remember we have to live in a society that's not built for us. And I don't begrudge anybody who wants to. I said we should have the option to do that if we want to, and no one should shame us for it, and nor should they try to take away our options. And and she kept going to this, oh, but there's no reason. I said, look, when I get on a plane or if I get in a car, I said the cars I can buy or rent are very limited. There's not that many cars I can get into safely. Even a lot of SUVs don't know how to have a lot of room behind the steering wheel. So like when I car shop, the first thing I do is I try all the big cars and see what I fit in safely. Then I go back and look at price and features and all that shit, because there's no point in going down a road if the car's not going to work.
So I've known, I mean, everybody knows people who are overweight. So I've known, a lot of people, especially in America, but I've known a lot of people who are overweight. I've seen on, the internet and TV and stuff, people who are overweight, some very, very, morbidly obese. And they so often get really offended, really upset by the idea that somebody might say something about their weight, or that they have a weight problem, or they deny that they have a problem. That's the one that really, really is mind-boggling to me, is that they deny there's an issue. One of the things I've always really respected about you is you say things like, I have a mirror.
Yeah.
And it's just like,
and that's the thing. And so then the discussion continued, and I said same thing with airline. Is that I would like to get into a fucking airline. I'd like to be able to buy one ticket. I would like not to be crushed into the fucking seat. I said it's bad enough being tall that I have no leg room, but then when my ass sticks out, it juts me forward into the other seat. It's extremely uncomfortable being on an airline. And then her thing was like, well, that's the airline's fault. I said, yeah, but airline seats have shrunk and cars have shrunk for two reasons: money, and also for fuel reasons. If we want cars with bigger fuel economy, we have to make smaller cars. And so if someone cares about climate change, then the cars have to get smaller. And so I could wish that they would make all the cars bigger, but I said there are practical reasons why the cars are all smaller that have nothing to do with there's no deliberate attempt to marginalize fat people. These are engineering reasons, and she refused to accept that there were engineering reasons for this. And I'm like, look, you're not listening to me. She's like, well, I understand you have to live in the world. Like, no, you don't, because you keep fucking telling me I'm wrong. And this is the world I have to fucking live in. And I was so angry with her, because it's like because we went through this once with there was something that was, I think I mentioned, it was a black issue, and she was arguing it as if it was a
yes. I actually remember that. And then
she apologized to me. I said, remember that time? I said, this feels exactly like this. And I just said to her, I said, you're hurt right now. You're hurting me, and you don't want to acknowledge it. And so I'm going to leave this conversation before it goes further, because I don't want to keep getting hurt.
I think sometimes it feels like an advocacy that goes too far.
Yes, exactly.
Sometimes you need to step back, and you need to understand that, like, you may not completely get this.
Right, because that's the thing, like the body positivity thing. Like I posted this several years ago. I'd said what I like from the body positivity advocates are the ones that say, don't judge people. You don't know what their lives are. You don't know how they are, why they are. Just treat them as people and take them as they come. Fair.
So Angie, in 9 days, everybody pay attention to this, okay? Pay attention. Because I'm going to make an announcement here. And then when I do, I need you to go to Amazon and find my wish list and buy me a gift. In 9 days, I will be 51.
Happy birthday in advance. So anyway, as I was saying, but the flip side of the body positivity ones are they're basically like, they don't want you to say that it's that it's unhealthy or bad for people. And she just said to me once, like, "Oh, you don't know." No, it's bad for everybody. Some people might have more effects than others, but the idea that it's not harmful to be overweight is complete and utter horseshit.
Yeah, and again, that's like one of those things where it's like, um, this whole concept, this idea is so people feel better. So
Yeah, and the thing is, like, look, it
I
took
have
like,
no idea how old you are, Tommy.
yeah. Well, I mean, like, look, okay, my knees hurt, my back hurts, I have diabetes, I have high blood pressure. Now, again, not everybody gets affected to the same degree, and I have a lot fewer effects than most people, and compared to people of my size, I'm probably the healthiest guy my weight in the fucking world. But the fact of the matter is, it does have an impact over time. It's unfucking avoidable.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
we can pretend otherwise, but that doesn't change reality. So my thing is, the people that make fun of fat people and say they're doing tough love, they're full of shit,
Right.
because it doesn't ever help. Basically, most people people who are fat who don't want to be fat anymore. I mean, there are some people who don't care, but the ones that don't want to be fat anymore, we already live in a society that shames us constantly. And we all know that it's not a cool thing, and it's certainly not a socially acceptable thing.
Right.
So,
Right. But but the people that are just like, that all bodies are beautiful and well, they're kind of full of shit too.
right, because you want to ask them, well,
That's a
how many?
very unhealthy.
Well,
It's a very unhealthy concept to pass
well,
around.
well, look, if you well, here's not my thing is, if you actually believe it, that's fine. But my thing is, I think most of them are full of shit. Because I want to ask them, how many morbidly obese people have you dated, or would you? Oh, what about this person? Do you think here's this attractive fat person? Would you date them? Well, then shut the fuck up. You're a liar. Go to hell.
But I mean, even if they did believe it, it's still not good because it's not healthy. It's not healthy. You can't just say like, people that are a day or two away from a heart attack because of their weight. It's okay. It's okay because all bodies are beautiful. No.
Well, I'll push back on that for one reason. There are some people who don't care. They'll say, look, I enjoy what I do, and if that means I'd rather live the amount of days I'm going to live and enjoy what I am than to deny myself those things that it would take to be thinner.
I agree. Absolutely, I agree. I agree with that 100%. But what I'm saying is to spread that whole concept, the idea that it doesn't matter that you're so obese that you're going to drop dead from being obese. You're beautiful anyway. That there's just I just think that's an unhealthy thing.
Well, again, I disagree. But my thing is when they chastise people who do feel like it, someone who's much more slender than me, basically trying to tell me I'm wrong for thinking I really should lose some weight. Like,
well,
no.
That's what I'm saying though, because if that's what it does,
but it's not quite the same thing. It's a different extreme.
Right.
So basically, I mean, I didn't talk to her for like a week because I was so fucking mad. And then look, she's still my friend. So I commented a few likes, and she's kind of responded a little bit, but not that much. And she hasn't like engaged any of my posts. And I'm thinking, are you mad at me because I stuck up for myself?
Sometimes people don't know what to make of it, or they might feel as though you're mad with them and that you have the problem, so they step back.
But the again, the reason why I pointed to that other conversation I had with her was like, well, remember that time because she did apologize and again she realized she was in the wrong and she apologized. I'm like, well, this feels the same to me. Feels like the same thing.
Yeah. No, I understand that. I get it. Angie, I don't know what you mean by is my hair my original? You talk about the color, the length. I don't know what you mean. And I have never had a surgery. No transition surgery, nothing. I've had nothing.
Joe, part of what you said actually it reminded me that when I looked at a dating app and you swipe left and swipe right, right? I'd look at what interests someone has, and if I saw pictures of them on hiking trails, that's not for me.
Right.
I know that I can't keep up,
Right.
right? So I know that like there's a mismatch there. If that's all the majority of their pictures are on hiking, I'm in Colorado. There's a lot of mountain hiking, right? If I see skiing as one of the things that they like to do, well, we're not compatible.
Right.
And so I started looking at it, and I was like, do I hate skinny people? Am I not willing to date a skinny person?
No, I don't think you. It's not that you don't like skinny people. You don't like people who spend a lot of time becoming skinny or maintaining skinny.
You don't like active people.
Yeah, you don't like active people.
You know, I would like to be active. I just know that I can't keep up.
I am actively a person.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm probably not the kind of person that's going to get a ski pass.
Well, and the same thing. If I was, I'm not dating, but if I was looking for someone to date, yeah, absolutely. If someone was like into like active activities or fitness, like yeah, no, that's not going to work because we're not. I'm not compatible. And if they say they like to cook, game on.
Joe, heaven forbid you found yourself single, Joe. Would you discriminate against vegans?
Hell yes.
You would not date a vegan?
Hell no.
What if they were calling themselves an ovo-lacto pescatarian, and the only vegan part about them was not the cute animals?
Well, I guess I'd say this. I shouldn't say I would never date a vegan. I guess I'll put it that anyone who's going to preach at me about veganism or continue like it's one thing if they want to make a pitch to me and try to convince me, fair enough. If they don't drop it when I say no and they keep doing it, that's not going to work.
So Angie, sorry guys.
Okay.
I am not giving you my contact number. That's not happening. That's number one. You can take that idea, take it out of your head, hold it in your hand, and crumple it up and toss it. Ain't happening. Speak to a doctor about any risk, kidney risk or liver disease from HRT. Every trans person, not just trans women, but every trans person, that is a risk that they are dealing with or have to take. It is what it is. The human body is what it is and does what it does. Um, She-male is a term that is used mainly for porn or as a derogatory remark. So, at least in the United States, it is. So, I don't know if you want to continue to refer to yourself as that. That's up to you, all you. Um, and as far as surgery, as far as I am aware, not one of them is simple. So, my dear, I hope I have helped you. Um, I invite you to continue watching my videos. I don't know if I can really give you much more than I already have. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I am very open about my transition, and a lot of trans women aren't. So, I mean, but I don't know where you live, and I don't know what you're um, dealing with as far as what's socially acceptable where you are. I don't know what you're dealing with as far as medical insurance or medical accessibility. I don't know what you're dealing with there. Um, I am not a doctor, and I cannot give you medical advice outside of you should find a doctor that can help you.
Also, just as a point, when you say you would not hamper Raven, if you ask somebody to do something and they tell you that they won't or can't do that, and you continue to ask, that is hampering them. So you should respect boundaries.
But I mean, I wish you all the luck in the world. It might take some time to understand or to believe this or to really feel it in your heart. But if you already, know that this is your path, right? That this is where you're going, then you're already a trans woman.
Right. Regardless what your outside appearance might be.
So good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck. Do your thing, girl. Do your thing.
May you find a good pair of jeans.
Oh my God, find a good pair of jeans. Oh my God. Okay, so when I first started my official transition, and when I first started to present as a woman, I bought a pair of jeans at the consignment store, and it was size 8, and I was shocked that I got into a size 8, and I loved them. Low rise, they had big rhinestones on the back pockets. Really, they were cute. Right? Nice pair of jeans. I loved them. I looked great in them. They split in the thigh last week, and I was so upset.
Hmm.
So, my Amazon wish list has jeans on it.
Is this split something that can be
This is a
mended?
commercial. Well, I'm sorry, what?
Is the split something that can be mended at all?
No.
No.
No, it's not like a seam. It's not like at the seam. It sucks.
Okay.
Although I thought about seeing if there was some way to patch it. I don't know. Maybe I can patch it and then put patches in other places so it looks like it's supposed to be. I don't know.
Yeah. I've got a hole in the butt of one of my jeans. I was going to put a little stop sign on it. Stop.
Collaborate and listen.
Well, it's from there's a music video for Young MC's Bust a Move, and the girl had stop signs on her butt. That's a little hip hop reference.
I'm sorry. I want to say that I was listening because I completely and totally had intended to listen. Tommy says, "I'll give you my number," and he gives
Yeah.
no response.
Yeah.
And he says, "I guess my number sucks." Oh,
We can't give you medical advice, but we can say something very close to that, and that's don't take Tommy's number.
any surgery is painful, love. Any surgery. But here's what I have found. Not being honest with yourself is also painful. And it's a different kind of pain, and you deal with it in a different way. And it's not good and it's not healthy. So if this is what your heart is telling you, this is, that your mind and your body and everything else is telling you this is wrong. Well, then you're already a trans woman, and you go, girl, you do your thing, and follow your happiness. And if using a term to describe yourself that is associated with pornography makes you feel good, then that's all you, and you go, I guess. That's fine. I don't want to police people's identity, so whatever. You're all good. You're all good.
I guess that Joe and I are BBMs now.
You're what?
Big beautiful men.
There you go.
Yeah.
For me?
That's the category you'd find us in, Joe.
What's that?
BBM.
BBM.
Oh, big back male.
No, it's beautiful, but okay.
Our beautiful black male.
No,
What? I don't know.
He's saying that you and he are BBM, big beautiful men.
Oh, okay. Cool.
okay, Joe.
You know, it's funny. I mean, there's times I look in the mirror and go, yeah, I don't look so bad. And other times I'm like, oh, I'm horrible, wretched.
Okay, so most of the time when I see myself, I cringe. So, but right now I can see my video and I'm going, actually, I'm pretty cute. So,
You know, it's funny. I mean, there used to, I don't know if the site's still operating, but years and years ago, there was a site called Am I Hot or Not?
Mhm.
And I posted a picture of me. It was a college picture. And I'll say I got more 4s than 6s, but I got more 10s than 1s.
so I actually posted, and this is like 15 years ago. I posted a picture of my chest on a site called ratemyboobs.com. I got a lot of tens.
Okay. That site was evil for Joe.
Which one? I go, Am I Hot or Not?
Yeah.
It is kind of evil. All those rate me sites are kind of evil. I think they really do feed into a lot of unhealthy thinking.
Oh, I agree with that.
Back in like 2006, there was a site called Hot Tamale that was specifically for taking a picture of your teacher or professor and posting that picture for everyone to rate the hotness of your teacher.
Wow, that sounds kind of fucked up.
And it was like a teacher specific hot or not.
Okay, so there's this dude from Facebook who, for the past several days, keeps sending me messages, and I think I'm going to block him.
Think
Yeah, actually, it asked me a question. He said, if I took you and your girlfriend to dinner, this was, I don't know, January. He says, if I took you and your girlfriend to dinner, what would you both wear? And I responded, LOL. And then he said, what? And I didn't answer. He said, hon, didn't answer. Then on January 14th, he said, you home? Then on March 1st was hello, darling, sweetheart, anyone home, sweetheart.
you know,
Get a
I
life.
can't relate. The shit that you get,
Yeah, I'm sorry. I shouldn't. No.
this is what I get. A bunch of accounts where there's one or two pictures of a girl. She's got a completely unbelievable name. It's probably randomly generated, right? And these accounts are just all socks. And at least like one a week will try to friend me on Facebook. And all I have to do is look at the account and it's got like one picture.
I'm not wearing socks.
So the account will have like one picture. And basically the way that I see it is whoever's trying to get me to friend them and then maybe like try to sell me some land in some foreign land or tell me that their money's stuck in a bank account somewhere, they think that that's the kind of person that I'm attracted to.
I
That,
get.
that one picture is like, I bet you he's attracted to this kind of girl. You know,
I think they just hit so many people that they figure, even a blind squirrel finds a nut.
and what they don't understand is I'm the guy that doesn't like people who ski or snowboard or go on too many hiking trips that I can't catch up with.
Angie, I have no idea how much breast implants cost in New Jersey. I have no idea because I don't have breast implants.
Yeah.
I don't have them. I didn't get them. So I didn't price them. I'm guessing they're a lot. because it's surgery, and surgeries are a lot. It's not like buying, a box of Twinkies, which I would rather do than get breast implants right now. Um, and I can afford the Twinkies.
If you had the implants, you might be able to afford more Twinkies.
Well, this is true. But I don't really have the money to put down for that kind of investment. So, which is why I was trying to get, some things rolling, But I mean, I do have Patreon now, and I've got 2 patrons. So if you don't know, I do have a Patreon. The link for that will be in the description box of the show you are currently watching. I have 2 patrons. Serious Mind is one, and the other one is Vegas. So there's the shout out that I'm giving to them.
Which one is a bigger patron?
I'm not saying. Well, I guess it doesn't matter because anybody can go and look. But the bigger is Vegas, actually.
Is Vegas in a different tier of patron?
Yes,
Okay.
by $5. So it's the next tier up from Joe.
That's some big energy right there.
Not really. I mean, it's not like he's doing like the $50 a month level where it's like that's the top level. If he was doing that, then it'd be like, well, there is some big energy there, but he's not, and that's fine.
Vegas gets the nudes tier.
No,
I'm gonna create a tier where, like, if you only give me $1 or less, you're gonna get my nudes. But if you pay me $25, I won't send them.
I like that. And yes, okay, Angie, these are mine. There's no plastic. I grew them.
Well, what's really funny is was it you ever get one of those emails that says, "Oh, I've hacked your camera and I've got video of you masturbating and all this,"
Yes,
and it is ridiculous. I actually wrote back to one once. I was like, "Look, that's gonna hurt them more than it does me because it's like, oh, we're gonna show it to your friends and family."
I actually respond to that saying, "Great, I'm in front of the camera now, getting naked."
Okay.
So I don't have a gets nudes tier. I guess I could include. I guess I could do that.
Do we have to consult with your better half on that one? I don't
No,
want to get in trouble.
no, she would be fine with it.
What if it became an international incident?
That would be wild.
I'm just saying Angie types with an accent.
Angie does type with an accent. This
For
is
sure.
true. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I actually have. Here's the thing: is like what I wanted to do initially, like because I have the GoFundmes. Oh, Tommy, you asked about this and I never answered you. I saw it and conversation went elsewhere and I couldn't answer. Pimp Monk was going to set up a fundraiser to help me with transition expenses, and he never did it. What he did do though was to hand it off to somebody else who contacted me and said that they were in charge of doing the fundraiser, and then they disappeared. They just kind of fucked off. So I popped in on Pimp Monk's show the other day, and somebody in the chat said, "Hey, aren't we supposed to be doing a fundraiser for her?" And he was like, "Yeah, well, no, I'm not doing that now." So it was like, "Okay, dokie." She said you were going to help me out, and then you said no. So okay. So I have no idea. It is what it is. It is what it is. I'm fine. I'm okay. I figure I will try to raise money on my own through the GoFundMe. I have the Patreon if people want to help me out. That's a great way to help me out is through Patreon. I have OnlyFans. I have Just for Fans. I don't make any money in any of those, but they're out there. So it is what it is. If people want to pay me for my socks, they can. Although I have really nice new socks. Um, and I like them and they're comfortable. But if people want to pay for them, fine. If they want to fart in a jar, I'll send them a jar and tell them there's a fart in it. Um,
You're not going to actually generate the farts and
I
possibly
heard that
hospitalize
causes
yourself.
health problems.
There was a news story about a girl with health problems because of that.
Yes, I know. Um, if people want to pay for my panties, I will. I have no problem with that, dude. Sure, they want to pay for my panties. I'll send them my panties. That's fine.
You're not worried that they're going to try to clone you?
I hope they would.
Okay.
They're gonna try to what?
Clone me. I think the world needs a little bit more me.
What the world needs now is Raven, Sweet Raven. I don't know if the world can handle two of me.
So, but I mean, yeah, Tommy. So that was that. I don't know. I don't know why Pimp decided against it or why it is what it is. It is what it is. And like I said, I'm trying a whole bunch of different avenues. So whatever.
Yeah.
No, actually, Jonah, no, not panties sent from the Walmart warehouse. No, I would actually do it. I would. If somebody wanted them, I would send my panties. Yes.
Wouldn't you be afraid that they might show up at a crime scene somewhere?
That would be interesting. Is that something that has happened? Is this a thing that happens to women who sell their panties online?
Not most women, but let's say you were the kind of person that had the burden of an XY chromosome set, and you were looking to hide your crime. You know,
What?
you might want some panties that were stained with somebody else's XY chromosome set because you don't want you know
Okay, but I don't think most people put that much thought into it, though.
you know what? We're writing a crime novel right now.
We are. Okay, Angie. No. So that's the second time I've told you no about this. There will be a third.
Sometimes people they think that we are as accessible as their neighbor, right?
Yeah.
And they tend to form these parasocial relationships, and what they don't realize is I can't even call Raven without getting shit for it. Like,
I can't call me on Facebook.
yeah, there's been some boundaries established.
Became remote like no, I'm not fluent. I did take 4 years of it in high school and I was very good, and then years and years of not using it made me lose a lot of it. However, a number of years back I had to do multiple trips to Puerto Rico, and being around people speaking Spanish all the time and reading it all over, it started to come back. So if I know if I were to immerse myself in it, it would come back.
When I was with Oz, I used to read the Puerto Rican newspaper that would come, and I learned a lot through that because, like, when you read Spanish, when you read it, a lot of stuff becomes obvious.
Yes.
So I learned how to speak some Spanish from reading the newspaper.
Mm.
Do you have my number? You might, but I don't think you do though. But it's possible.
Who?
I don't know, Tommy.
Mhm.
I don't know. Maybe. Well, we were supposed to like meet up and stuff. But so anyway, yeah. So El Vocero was the paper, and I learned how to speak. And then plus also like his mom didn't speak English, and she lived with us. So you know you kind of learn.
Yeah. Well, what was really cool is I was working in Puerto Rico, doing some work on at Shearing Plow, and so the group I was working with, they all spoke English, but Spanish was their first language. So the project manager, he preferred to explain what we were going to do to his team in Spanish first, just to avoid any lost in translation kind of things, and then translate for me in English. So so right around the last few days I was there, he tells his crew whatever the instructions were, and he turns to me, and I'm like, "Oh, you told them X, Y, Z, elemental P, whatever it was." And like, "Oh, we better watch what we say around Joe now. He knows." I'm like, "Yeah, I fucking know." Yeah. That was funny. Actually, the same location is really funny. The woman who was in charge of, or that was doing the validation, the computer validation, she very, very attractive woman, and and she was like, I guess I was around 30 and she was like 25 or whatever. So I was probably gonna be a little older, maybe 35, but anyway. So she's like being really buddy with me, cozying up to me, and I'm like, she wants something, and it's not what she wants me to think that she wants. And so I'm like, oh, I'll see where this goes. And at one point, she finally drops the hammer, and she's like, "Oh, Joe, can you help me?" And she basically wanted me to do her work for her. And I was leaving in 2 days, and I basically would have to like stay up all night for 2 nights to like get this work done. And that might have worked on me when I was younger and more gullible. But yeah, at this point, I knew, yeah, you're full of shit. So I was like, no. And then she tried to turn the charm. She put her arm on me and touching me and everything. And now the other people are there. And the more she's doing this, the more I'm rebuffing her. And I go stone face, and I'm just like, oh. And so her coworkers, especially the guys, they start laughing because apparently she's done this shit before. And so the more she tries to play up to me, the more I'm just like, nope, not going to happen. And so they were laughing their asses off because basically I didn't fall for her bullshit. And then she just kind of slinked away like, I couldn't, he wasn't thinking with his dick. Like, yeah, because you would never have fucked me in a million years. Ever. She never, I mean, she was gorgeous, but there's no fucking way she was gonna fuck me. I mean, again, I have a realistic sense of myself.
Well, I mean, I've said the same kinds of thing though. Like I have a mirror, and people are like, "Oh God, you're so beautiful." I have a mirror. I see where I need work and where I need help and where I'm.
That
It still
said,
makes me feel good though when people say it.
That said, when I was about 25, and I've always been a big guy, but I was much more slender than I am today, or a lot less big, however you want to look at it. And this one, I met this one go-go dancer. She was a friend of another go-go dancer I knew, and she just really liked the way I looked for whatever reason. And she was like one of the sexiest women I've ever known. It just oozed off her. She was like Puerto Rican and Italian, and I never understood what she saw in me, but she did. I was like, wow, this is awesome. Didn't work out. She was separated, and she kept going back to her husband, and the whole big mess.
Yeah, that's a bad situation. Those are always bad situations.
Yeah, I was the king of getting into bad situations.
Yeah, I know how that goes too. So, Michael, about before you had asked about your hypothetical, and I was like, me. Another thing that had helped very recently when I went and I got my hair done, that was like life changing.
This was a change of life haircut, you say?
It wasn't even a cut. They didn't cut anything. Scissors have not touched my hair in over a year, but just the hair color and everything. I mean, it just was such a drastic change, and it was just like, damn, girl, you look good.
Okay.
It was a big deal. And I'm very, very happy. So you look like you're gonna say something like you're thinking.
I just was realizing that you both are in committed relationships, and I'm like the odd turd out. You know,
Oh, stop it.
I don't really know that I want to have conversations with you coupled people.
Oh,
Yeah, maybe I have hang-ups about people who have committed relationships now. I don't know. This is a new thing to me.
this is now new territory you're exploring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it okay to hate Joe because he's got what I don't have?
Yeah, well, I mean, here's the thing though. You don't know what, I mean, just because someone's in a relationship, you don't always know what that relationship is like. And
Yeah. If anyone assumed that I was in a good one, they were probably mistaken about that.
that's sorely mistaken. Yeah. See, so, like, like a friend of mine, he was in the Air Force for, a lot of years. And near the end of his career, he got posted to DC for a while and he was there for like a month. And when he went home, his wife had moved out. And he was totally blindsided, did not know there was any problem at all. And it was a very rude awakening for him because he thought everything was great, but clearly she didn't. And so it was a big shock. I was shocked, but it's and there are some people's relationships really good, and some people are like, well, they're in the relationship they had because they settled or they were, or they didn't, they are at the time, seemed like a good thing at the time. And sometimes it's inertia, like, it's just too much of a hassle to move on.
Yeah. This reminded me of when I was in the Army. This actually happened in like 97. But I had a coworker whose spouse did not trust him so much that when I went to his place after work, we went in the front door, and his wife wanted to take his pants down and smell to see if she could smell the scent of another woman.
Oh God.
Wait, what?
There's actually a song about that. It's called Smell Yo Dick.
Ew.
Yeah.
That's how much she didn't trust him. And I'm like, you guys are married?
And the thing is, the way I look at it is, if you don't trust the other person that much, you go to that length, then just leave or make them leave or whatever. Just
Yeah.
it's just ridiculous. Well, that's the thing. Actually, a friend of mine. I mean, he was married, and there was a shitty marriage. So he was, he had a girl on the side who I met. She was very cool, and we're pretty sure that his wife did too at the time. But whatever, they're doing their thing, but his mistress, she kept worrying that he was running around seeing other women, and I'm like, well, look, he's always told me about all the ones that he did, and he hasn't told me about anybody else. So, to my knowledge, I can't say for certain, but if he is, he didn't tell me, and this would be the first time. So, but she just could not get this out of her head. And I kept telling her, look, you're going to drive him away because you just keep driving him nuts. And eventually that's exactly what happened. He just got tired of the bullshit. And he just said, look, I can't do this anymore, and broke up with her. But yeah, if anybody ever said that to me, look, let me smell your dick, Yeah, you better. If you're gonna get down there, you better be doing more than smelling, or else we're done.
There should be a reward for the lack of other scents, right?
Exactly. You start tasting too. So
Good boy.
but or just like you ever seen people where like they're checking their significant other's phones and shit, and like you know,
Okay. So
Go ahead.
as a counselor, I've seen that. I've seen people who have the same Facebook account as their significant other because one doesn't trust the other to have conversations that aren't visible to the other. And I've seen the worst. The worst that I've seen is somebody showing up to someone's work at every break and lunch. Somebody who doesn't work at that place, but just shows up so much that you would think that they're actually an employee.
wow.
That's
I wouldn't put up with that shit.
So, yeah, those people who have like the shared Facebook page because you can't trust the other one, or they go through each other's phones, they should just break up. Okay. There's 7 people watching.
yes.
You 7 people that are watching, hear me. If you're with someone that has to go through your phone, break up. If you're someone who has to go through your partner's phone, break up. Break up. Break up. You don't have a relationship. You have a prison sentence.
Right.
You're not in love. You're controlling or being controlled.
Right.
Break up. Like Peach and I, we're together now. Holy fuck, love. A long time. How long are we together now? A long time. Over a decade. And I've never gone through her phone. Never. I've never gone through her phone, looked at her emails, looked at her messages, which isn't completely true. Once she and I together went through her messages and we laughed at all the guys that were
Right.
sending her unsolicited messages. They're probably the same guys that are now sending them to me.
Yeah, but that's because that's different. That's something that she showed you of her own free will.
Right. Well, we sat on my parents' deck one day. It was in summertime. There was like barbecue kind of a thing going on, and they have like this swing, and we sat on the swing and went through the messages and laughed, and as she like deleted them. But I mean, yeah, I've never gone through, and as far as I'm aware, she's never gone through any of my stuff. I tend to have a lot of pornography saved on my computer. Either it's naked pictures of me or naked pictures that people send me, or actual stuff that I pick up online. None of it's ever like serious. I don't have like a porn collection. I just tend to have a lot of pictures of nudity, and I always feel funny. I always feel funny when she has to use my computer for something, whether she's working on it or something, and something pops up, and I feel like, oh, that's a dirty picture. You shouldn't see that. She's never really said anything, but I think inside she's laughing because she can actually, because it's not like I can hide it. It's like she can see like the shame on my face.
Well, it's funny you mentioned it.
That kind of stuff. We don't hide any. I mean, if she wants, I don't have passwords on anything as far as like, to unlock the screen. It's,
Right.
And there's no need.
Right.
So.
Well, especially because, quite frankly, I mean, the whole thing of like, what if they have sex with another person? I don't care. I really don't.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, the boundaries in a relationship are what they are set at the beginning of the relationship.
Right.
And if you're going to change them at some point during the relationship, then it's best that both parties have a conversation about what the new proposed boundaries and limitations are.
Right. And if they don't mutually agree, then again, the relationship has to end.
I've been with Peach all this time, and I have had sex with people other than Peach.
I feel like you guys need to be the diplomatic ambassadors to Russia to explain why they need to stop talking to the Ukraine.
Yeah.
If the Ukraine wants to be with other people,
And yeah, like I said, I mean, all this time that I'm with Peach, I have slept with other people. I've never once cheated on her though.
Right. Yeah, it's not the same thing.
So, and even having said that, I will not wear a patch of your penis on my pants, Tommy.
Penis patches. It has to be an awfully small hole. Actually, you reminded me of. I had this pair of jeans years ago. This was when I was living in Buffalo. It's a good pair of jeans, but then it developed a rip. But it was like you could not see it. Yeah. Tommy's like, what the hell? So you could not see, like if I was standing up, you couldn't see it. And even if I was sitting down, like I would have to be like leaning back for you to see this hole. So that was my go into the Canadian go-go bar pants. Because you get a lap dance, they could they could reach in and grab you.
So all day today I was wearing sweats with a great big hole in the crotch. And I went to the store. I'm going everywhere. I'm like, fuck it. I mean, you couldn't see it. They're baggy. They're, fuck it.
Well, see what upset me though is I had these pants, and I said I used to go to go-go bars with them. So then I came back to New Jersey because I was living in Buffalo. I came back to New Jersey for like a week to take care of some things and visit and just kind of get away from stuff. And so I brought laundry with me. And my grandma, I was going to do it. My grandma was like, I'll do it for you. Like, okay, great. And then I get my stuff and I'm looking, and she saw the hole in the pants and she sewed it back together. So she wrecked my go-go bar pants by fixing them.
Trying to be helpful.
Trying to be helpful, but yeah, she messed up my my plans.
So.
Joe, I think the answer to your question about like would I date somebody who's morbidly obese is actually yes, especially when I look at like what the technical limit for morbidly obese is, and I know I'm past it, but like many girls who are smaller than me are also past that line, and I don't see anything wrong with them.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it really comes from that. The only thing that could be a barrier, like I definitely wouldn't be I'm not turned off by women that are fat or anything like that. If two people are really, really fat, it can create some logistical challenges. So that would be so really wouldn't be, so that would be the only thing is like, hey, look, we can't make this work.
That's an old fat joke, Joe.
It's true though. That's the funny thing. It's fucking true.
I am disappointed.
I'm not making a joke though. That's the funny part. I'm literally not making a joke. It's a real potential problem.
But that is real.
And it's not just how fat you are, because it's also the geometry. Everyone's laid out a little bit differently. And also height, your relative height, and all these things that can create an obstacle. I mean, it sucks that there's a joke about it, but it also happens to be based on reality. I mean, look, there's ways around it, obviously.
Freethinker on Ice. That's a name I haven't seen in a long time.
Hello, frozen thinker.
Obi-Wan. That's a name I've not heard in a long time.
I am actually looking forward to. Okay, I did not like the Book of Boba Fett. I didn't even watch it all. I got through a couple of episodes and I said, you know what? Fuck this. Didn't watch it all. Wasn't crazy about it. The Mandalorian was all right. And people were raving about it. It was all right. I liked it. It was all right. I'm looking forward to Obi-Wan.
Is Ewan McGregor playing you Obi-Wan or no? Oh, yeah. See, that's going to make it awesome. See, the thing is, the Book of Boba Fett. I've seen 2 episodes. Or or maybe it was 3. The second episode, one of the I liked one episode. The other episode was okay, and then the other problem was the other episode I watched was I wasn't really paying attention, so I decided that rather than half-ass it, I'm going to sit down and actually watch it through.
Right.
But I just haven't gotten around to it. Other things I would rather do. Mandalorian I like, but the problem is it dragged. It felt too much like a video game with a bunch of fetch quests. Like, okay, this person can take me to the thing, but they need me to do something, so I go do their fetch quest. And then I come back and I've done that fetch quest, or a lot of times I get to that fetch. Oh, but I have to do another fetch quest to finish that fetch quest, and then I get back to the first fetch quest. Oh, and they really can't help me as much as they promised to me they could, or they just told me the next fetch quest to go to, and I was just like, because each season was 8 episodes, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Both seasons would have been much better at six episodes.
Yeah. I had that feeling about it too. That's what it seemed like. It was just, you're just doing favors to get a favor. It just seemed like a very repetitive trick to keep the story moving.
Yeah, it was basically a trope that goes over and over, and it was just like, really?
Now, if you can't find another way to drive the story, then you don't have a story.
Right. I mean, the thing is, yeah, because there's other ways they could have done that. They could have had it be like, he could have run into obstacles. Okay, he knows where he has to get to, but in order to get there, he runs into obstacles, and then he, ends up having to, stop in places at interim locations in between where he is and where he's got to get to. But it was like, well, this guy tells you how to get to that guy, and that guy tells you how to go to the next guy, and
And there are just things like in general with series where I mean, Marvel kind of has a problem with this also, where even though I do love this, like the WandaVision, I loved, there's a cheapness to them where it's like we're not going to invest in top-notch special effects and all this other stuff to make this feel like it's a big budget production because it's only a half an hour thing. So they end up skimping out on story, or just not giving you the full bang.
I didn't feel away with like WandaVision or Falcon and Winter Soldier. I thought the effects were especially in WandaVision. I thought the effects were really good.
That was the of all of the series, I think that was the best of them, and they kind of had to just because of the nature of Vision.
Yeah, and Wanda for that matter.
Oh, and Wanda, yeah. I thought Falcon and the Winter Soldier felt like a buddy cop TV show.
Oh yeah,
and not enough like it was part of the Marvel universe. The whole thing with what's his name? I can't remember his name now. Walker.
Yeah.
America that went bad.
Yeah.
That whole thing to me just seemed kind of cheesy. And it all could have been done so much better, but I don't think they wanted to spend the money on a series.
I think the problem is like the substitute Captain America was supposed to be cheesy. I think that was kind of the point that they got this pale substitute.
Right. And Hawkeye just, I did enjoy Hawkeye. But he's a guy. Do you know what I mean? So there's not a whole lot of that stuff there, so they could get away with it. As far as low budget storytelling, they probably got off the cheapest on Hawkeye.
Oh, for sure.
Because he's just a guy.
So I don't have any experience with any of the MCU, and I'm not going to say that there's only 7 storylines in the world and that they suck for wearing uniforms or anything like that. But I will say I read Captain America comic books, and the U.S. Agent split off comic book with Walker in it is canon. So his existence in that world isn't like something that they just like thought up for the show. They're sticking to the comic books, it seems.
Right.
And he's supposed to be kind of an antithesis to the values of the original Captain America.
He's right-wing Captain America.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, the whole thing was that the serum basically makes you, and they pretty much cemented that in the very first, in the beginning of Captain America: The First Avenger. Was the German doctor was just like, who do you want to be the type of person that does this or that or whatever? Because it's going to make him more of that.
Right.
And that's why they chose Steve Rogers, because
Right.
he was, gosh darn it, such a good guy.
That's right. He was humble.
It was, yeah, and it was going to make him. So Walker would have been the bad choice to be Captain America because he was a douche.
Right.
He was a war hero, sure. He was a patriot, sure, but he was a douche.
Right.
And it was only going to make him more of a douche to become Captain America.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, well, yeah, I love that whole interaction with the doctor and Steve Rogers. He's like, well, you give a strong man more power and he'll abuse his power, but you give a weak man power and he'll use it to, defend people.
Right. And I think it's time we we let the little guy be the hero or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the thing. I mean, that's why, even though early on, like I loved, the Iron Man movie, and Iron Man was one of my favorites, but ultimately when it came down to choosing between, when Civil War happened and became choosing between Captain America and Iron Man, there's no question for me. I was Team Cap all the way.
Yeah. Yeah. As far as like movie wise, I prefer the Iron Man movies. Captain America movies, they for me they drag a little. But yeah, when it came down to Civil War, yeah, Team Cap.
Yeah. See
his principles.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the thing, and even like that's why, like, the Winter Soldier I really like, because basically, so here you had Steve. He was the rah soldier, and he followed orders and did everything. He started to realize, hey, wait a minute, these guys have changed. They're not following those values that I believed in, and I have to choose between duty and honor, basically.
Right.
And so there was that kind of thing. What happens when your duty and your honor don't match anymore? That was pretty cool. Then of course then he becomes a fugitive and everything, and I love the one scene in the elevator too. That'll always be one of my favorites. Like, so before we get started, who wants to get out?
So Loki was good. Loki Loki probably counts as the most interesting of the Marvel series, because it paved the way for everything else that's coming now. Yeah. It kind of set the stage. The multiverse, the variants, all that other stuff, that's all gonna come into play in the MCU and the movies and everything. Right. So we kind of got a sneak peek at it by watching Loki.
So I will say that Loki the series did drag a little bit in the middle, but overall, yeah, I thought it was very interesting and I enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah.
So I'm really looking forward to Doctor Strange too.
Yeah, well, I mean, Patrick Stewart is in it. So I that voice on the ad, it's like, hey, that's Patrick Stewart.
Yeah, absolutely. And supposedly that there's going to be a variant Iron Man, and it's not played by Robert Downey Jr.
No, they're saying Tom Cruise, but I really hope that's not true. I really, really hope that's not true.
Yeah, I think the reason why people were saying is that Tom Cruise was one of the people that the studio originally wanted, and Jon Favreau said no. He's like
right.
No.
Well, one of the things that, from what I had heard, or what I actually should say, I read somewhere, was that Tom Cruise wanted to do it, but he didn't want to wear the helmet. He wanted his face exposed, and it's just like, dude, get over yourself.
Right. Well, the big thing was like Jon Favreau was like, no, he's not right for the role. And actually, if you think about the Tony Stark character, so he's a substance addict. He's a rich substance addict who has a lot of problems and doesn't cope. And just like Robert Downey Jr., that was like his whole life.
and a Playboy. I mean that was right.
So it was actually a perfect pairing, and he looks the part too. He looks a lot like the character in the comics, you know.
So if I can separate Spider-Man from the MCU because well, they kind of did that themselves. Like my favorite superhero period of all the genres of all of it, my favorite is Spider-Man. Love Spider-Man. I don't know why. And Tom Holland's Spider-Man is the best Spider-Man in my opinion by far. Probably because he looks so young.
I didn't. I wasn't as big of a fan of Tom Holland initially, but he actually won me over in this movie because he played the vulnerability so well.
Yeah. Now my favorite like MCU superhero is Iron Man. Love Iron Man.
Is that Russian Robert Downey Jr. low?
It's Robert partly, I guess. I don't know. And there's something the way he plays that character is just fantastic.
Oh yeah,
I like Iron Man more than I like Tony Stark, but I like Tony Stark too. So it might be a Robert Downey Jr. thing. I don't know, but just the way he delivers his lines.
Well, to me, like what like especially that first movie. First movie is great. My favorite part is when he goes to save that village. When he finally decides he's got to do something, and he goes to that village and he beats up the terrorists and everything and blows up all the weapons.
Yeah, and he leaves the one guy and he's just like, yeah, he's yours.
He's all yours.
But just like they're like, it's little fucking things. The constantly eating, right? The stuff that's not in the script. Do you know what I mean? And there he is. He got like a handful of candy and he's eating it while he's talking. And it gives the character like this whole new dimension that's just.
Well, and the funny part about it is apparently that came out of that's what he did while they were shooting, and then they were finally like, "Fuck it, just run with it."
Yeah, they just let it ride. He was hiding food all over the set.
Yep.
So every scene he's in, he had food at arm's reach.
The other thing I thought was funny, like in Avengers, is one of those little, small little details. He's like, "That man is playing Galaga. He didn't think we know, but we know." And then later on, and then like 5 minutes later, you see he actually goes back to playing Galaga.
That was really good. And then this whole thing, like, how does Shuri look at these?
He turns.
That's exhausting. There's like this the timing of the back and forth. That's fantastic. That's not anybody just can't do that. That's a skill.
Yeah.
And I saw it with Chris Hemsworth in
Ragnarok.
A little bit, but mostly I'm thinking, is it in Endgame? Or no, it's in Infinity War. When he's on the ship and he's talking about going to get the axe, Stormbreaker. And they said, well, why can't we all have one of those weapons? And it's like, because you couldn't handle it and your minds would collapse into madness. And Rocket says, is it weird that I want it more now?
yeah, kind of a little bit.
yeah. But that whole scene, right? That whole segment is so fast and the timing is spot on. And it's like, oh, there you go. That's the same kind of stuff that you get from Robert Downey Jr. It's clockwork.
Another thing I liked in Infinity War with Thor was when he's like, "You sure you want to do this?" This is Thanos. He's the toughest there is. He goes, "He hasn't fought me." He says, "Yes, he has. He hasn't fought me twice." and then I forget what else Rock says. Besides, what else do I have left to lose? And he says it very emotionally. So he goes from like being like goofy to like, you realize you feel it like, yes, he's lost everything.
Right. And then Rocket says, well, I could lose.
I could lose. I have a lot to lose. and of course, that's foreshadowing because what happens at the end of the movie, he loses everybody. And again, that's one of those little details because he says, I have a lot to lose. I could lose. I have a lot I could lose. And he literally does at the end of the film. He loses all of his friends, turn to dust. Because he's the only guardian that makes it.
Right. or Smurfette if you count her. So because she survives the snap.
Yeah. But she wasn't really a guardian yet.
Yeah, that's true. Mike is like, I have no idea what's going on.
I think that one was Natalie Portman, or it was no,
Karen Gillan.
Karen Gillan. Yeah.
She's fantastic.
Hmm.
I there was an article or somebody I don't know if it was one of the Russo brothers, somebody was just like, there's a lot of acting going on under the makeup, and she deserves an Oscar. And yeah, when you watch her scenes, especially like the really emotional ones, there is a lot happening. That yeah, really good stuff.
Especially in Endgame.
Wait, an Oscar for a Marvel movie?
She should.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm just saying, like that would be like a superhero movie being considered a real movie.
real movie. Yeah,
well, that's the thing, and that's what pisses me off again. Like with like Scorsese and everybody. Look, people, people don't like the movies. They don't like the movies. Although again, a lot of them haven't actually seen the movies they don't like. But when it comes right down to like Raven said, like there's a scene where basically Nebula faces her from 5 years earlier.
yeah, herself. Yeah,
Herself from 5 years earlier, and she's basically telling herself, "Hey, you could do it. You can get away from him." And she's like, "I can't." And he's like, "But you did, And but she ends up having to kill herself,
right. Her other self. Yeah.
her other self.
But there's just so much emotion and there's so much going on in those scenes, and it's just like, wow,
Yeah,
she's good. It's
yeah,
really,
and think about that too. Think about what that represents. Like she's literally killing her former self. That she's changed so much. To think of it just from a story perspective, I mean that's deep.
yeah, yeah, and the hopelessness and that he won't let me. I can't change. He won't let me. Yeah, that's good stuff.
Yeah,
I actually liked when it was James Gunn, and she asked for the hand, right, and he gives her a new hand. And he says, "What are you going to do with your money? What are you going to do with the?" Because she had gotten a reward or something, and she goes, "Oh, I'm going to, buy a ship and find my sister and kill her and sell the Infinity Stone and raise an army to kill my father." And he said, "Oh, I thought maybe you would say like, get a nice hat to impress the other world."
yeah.
Ooh.
Not Sean Gunn, not James. James Gunn was the director. Sean Gunn was his brother.
Yeah, Sean Gunn, the brother. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, that was great.
Ooh.
Yeah, he was supposed to be in Endgame and they cut it.
Yeah,
which is so dumb because I mean, most people didn't realize that there were Ravager ships coming in. I recognized them, but a lot of people didn't. And it's like, well, at least if you had shown him, you showed Craven, at least you'd know that okay, the Ravagers were indeed there.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing too. I mean, to me,
a lot of stuff got cut. The post snap scene with Robert Downey Jr. and with Tony Stark and Morgan was cut. And it was like, oh well, we didn't think we need. You did it for Thanos. You should have done. I thought that would have been great. To have that little bit of a, that moment between father and daughter before he died.
Right. But and then, but yeah, I mean that's the thing too. To me, that was one of the most epic battle scenes in the history of battle scenes. And also if you think about what led up to it, like Cap using the hammer and all that, and then when Thanos basically cuts his chops his sword, his shield to bits, and then he's on his ass and he gets up and he tightens the fucking strap and he's facing Thanos' entire army by himself, and he's just like that's him because he doesn't matter. He doesn't matter. He's about to die. He's gonna fight till he can't fight anymore.
I can do this all day.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I remember after coming back from the movie, I remember I put on Facebook. I was like, I wish I could remember how it was like the man. you know, the man stands alone, and like you put a little heart on it because it was like because you knew exactly what I was writing about. Um, and I had more to it, but it was basically capturing that scene, and so Raven knew right away, yeah, that I was talking about the because again that was like that's a chilling thing if you think about it, like
So there was the Avengers Assemble that everybody had waited a decade for. Um, and they got it, and there was the payoff. But every time I see that scene, I think to myself, it was so wasted because it was he said it so low.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
It was just like it would.
yeah,
It's like if he had said that with more, I think it would have been a bigger thing. And maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I don't get paid to make these things, but I just
yeah.
wow, that just seems so cheap for what it was supposed to be. People waited so long.
I'll tell you what though, in the theater, people when he said it, like the place erupted.
Yeah.
Because like you said, everyone was waiting for that, you know.
Yeah, because they ended not
Oh,
Civil War, the other
Age
one.
of Ultron. Age of Ultron.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. They ended that.
Avengers, and then it cut.
And yep.
Well,
Like
the
I said,
funny thing is,
waited.
if you look at the chapters on the Avengers, the original Avengers movie, the 2012 movie,
Right.
the scene where all six of them are arrayed around, that scene is called Avengers Assemble.
Really?
Yeah,
Didn't know.
yeah, because I got the Blu-ray, and on the Blu-ray, because they have names for each of the scenes that you can in the catalog, and it's called Avengers Assemble.
In New York.
Yeah. And that was again that was a great scene, and of course just before it was like one of my favorite scenes in the movie. It's like he's like Dr. Banner, now would be a good time to get angry. He's like, that's my secret, Captain. I'm always angry. and he just punches the shit out of the alien ship. But one of the things I always wanted to do was I wanted to get a picture of Flash looking over his shoulder, because I want to have him say like, that's my secret, Captain, and then like have him in a bowl of food. I'm always hungry. Because he's an eating boy, I'll tell you.
It's funny.
So, see, that's the thing we're talking about being fat and health. I'm like, Suzanne gives way too many treats to the dogs because she loves them, and they beg for stuff, and she's like, oh, they want it. I'm like, yeah, but that doesn't mean they should have it, And I mean, he was up to like 48 pounds. He should weigh like 36 pounds. He's way fucking overweight. He's got a gut. I'm like, this is not good. This is not good. And he's having trouble going up and down stairs. Like, no, he's gonna lose. He's gonna lose weight whether you like it or not. And so he's actually lost a little bit of weight. He's already having an easier time up the stairs. But I told Susanna probably more than once. It's like, I'm glad that I'm not addicted to heroin, because I swear, because there's times like, obviously I struggle with the weight, and there's times where she'll go out and buy me something that like, well, I knew you wanted it. I'm like, yeah, but just because I wanted it doesn't mean I should have it. It's not good for me. Don't stop giving me this stuff. And so I said, it's a good thing I'm not addicted to heroin, because you'd be out there scoring smack for me.
We're down to 3 viewers. And I want to ask you guys, and I don't care that we're live yet, and asking, sorry. See? Huh. Okay, anyway, I was not rude at all to Angie, right?
I didn't think so.
No,
I thought I handled that well. I don't
Yeah.
know.
I think so. I thought Angie was a bit rude.
Oh, I think that too. I get a lot of that kind of stuff, and it's difficult because it's like, I'm not a doctor. This is medical stuff. It really is. I mean, people might not like to think of it that way, but it's medical stuff.
Yeah.
If you really feel like that's the path that you want to go down, you really need to talk to somebody, somebody that's not me.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I felt some of the questions are a little inappropriate.
Hmm.
It's like you ask somebody, hey, can I talk to you about this, and then see where and then like I said, you set the boundaries, and then she kept pushing you, and that's what I said. Like, well, hey, look, if you say you respect Raven so much, you need to respect Raven's boundaries too.
Yeah, and I don't know if she's still watching or not. I don't know if she'll end up watching the rest later on. And so either way, Angie, no disrespect at all to you, but you, if you're identifying this is where you're at, then you need to talk to somebody, a professional. And I don't know what your situation is. And if it's possible to change your situation to make it easier for you, then that's what you need to do. But talking to me doesn't change anything. It doesn't fix anything. It might temporarily make you feel better. The reality is at the end of the day is you're going to need to talk to a professional of some sort. Um,
Yeah. Well, especially too, when someone says, "Well, what should I do?" I can't tell you what you should do. I mean, what's your situation? I don't know your situation. I mean, and like I said, some different people are some people are in a position where they can do one thing, some people are can't, and some people can do more than the others. And
there was a time when I was buying hormones online, and the quality of what I was getting wasn't all that good. Um, the dosages that I was taking were not correct. Um, you know, I had no idea, um, if what I was getting was real at all. And I had no real way of knowing if I was being overcharged or not. I had
I'm,
nobody monitoring my blood.
how
Um,
did I get on the Joe Rogan podcast?
I'm sorry.
This sounds like an ivermectin story. Sorry.
And it was a complete and total mistake. It was the wrong way to do it. Um, and the proof of that is how quickly my body started to change once I was on medication that was prescribed by a doctor that I got from an actual doctor.
Mm.
Um, this happened very quickly.
right, that's the thing. I mean, yeah, you're doing stuff at random, and plus, especially too, if you're buying things from sources that aren't necessarily the most uh, reputable, you can end up with something harmful.
But there was a time when I would have told her that, that's what I had done and that might be a good way to start. But having been, um, through what I've gone through and where I'm at now, I would not tell anybody to do that again. No, go see a doctor. That is your best bet. Go see a doctor. And I know there are still people out there that will tell people that, yeah, go ahead and self-medicate. Nah, don't self-medicate. Go get a doctor. Go find a doctor. A therapist. In most places, you need to talk to a therapist first.
Right.
But
I feel like that's not the last time we're going to have that discussion because while you might not be the person to talk to, you
I
still will be approached.
I am a person, a trans woman who is a public figure of some sort.
Yeah.
I,
I
I
mean,
know.
the thing is, though, like you said, I mean, basically, you said what you can say, what you can properly say, and so, other than moral support, I mean, what else is there?
I mean, the truth is that different people will get more or less from me depending on exactly what they're asking, where they're from, what their approach is. And I did feel that, that maybe she didn't mean it. She felt kind of rude and pushy and demanding.
Yeah. I
But
mean,
that
the other,
could be
the
due
other
to
thing,
the situation that she's in, though.
well, the other thing too, though, considering obviously it's very clear that she's probably not in the United States, certainly not from the United States. Well, depending on where she is, I mean, it could be dangerous to
Well,
do.
and this is something else too, though. I get a lot. Because I do. That's not the first time that I've gotten that kind of stuff. I get it all the time, and frequently it's from trans women in the Middle East.
Mm.
And I mean, at one time I got like stressed out. I just got so exasperated from it. I just said, "You need to leave where you are."
Yeah.
Go find the American embassy and tell them that you are looking for asylum or something, because you're asking me to help you, on this path, and I can't. And anything I tell you to do could put your life in danger.
Right. Right. It's dangerous enough here, let alone in the Middle East.
Yeah, and I actually had said that to one of them. It's dangerous here. I mean, I can't imagine what you're going through there, and there's nothing I can tell you that's going to help you.
Right.
And you need to leave where you are to go, to Europe. Go, see if you can come here. I don't know, but where you're at, no, I'm sorry. If you're living in Baghdad, this isn't going to work out for you.
Right.
And I
Same
have
thing
had
with-
a trans woman from Baghdad who I told her that. And it's I don't know what else to say. What else can I do?
Right. Same thing if someone's gay or even an atheist. If they're in the Middle East, they're going to be in a bad way.
A woman from Egypt, actually, much like Angie, just kept asking and asking and asking, and I went and I looked it up and I sent her the number for the American embassy. I said maybe they can help you, because I can't.
Right.
No. I mean, it sucks and it's tough, and I mean, if I could do more, I would, but I can't. I mean, it's there's a whole the whole asking medical advice. I'm not a doctor, you know. Then there's the whole just the social aspect of it, and it's just like I don't know where you live, and even if I knew where you lived, I don't necessarily know what it's like where you live. People are like, oh, I'm in the United States. Okay, you in Mississippi or New York? Big fucking difference.
Yeah. Well, plus, for that matter, even if you were a doctor or a therapist, you can't remotely. I mean, unless they become your patient and you got the setup, like Mike knows how to do that. But there's boundaries. There's a whole bunch of rules that still apply. And
I have a friend who's a therapist, and I hadn't had contact with her for a while, and I had no idea she was a therapist, and I accidentally found her on Facebook, and I sent her a message and I asked if she could be my therapist to get the letters I need for surgery. And she was like, okay, when was the last time that we saw each other as friends, and what year was it, and blah, 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 blah. And I was like, I don't remember. She goes, was it more than 5 years ago? Because if we had seen each other as friends within the last 5 years, I can't be your therapist.
Right.
Because there's too much of a personal connection.
Right. That's the excellent thing. Well, that matter. I mean, I watch a lot of lawyer channels on YouTube. I like Legal and Leonard French and all that, and Steve Lato. And very often, one of them will say, "This is not legal advice."
Right.
Because there's ethical restrictions, and if what they say could reasonably be construed as advice, they could lose their law license.
So, like, Peach watched this guy, Dr. Grande. And Dr. Grande?
Yes.
So I actually have grown to like Dr. Grande. He has this delivery.
He has no delivery. Shut
I'm
up.
sorry?
He has a lack of delivery skill. What's funny about watching Dr. Grande? He's very thorough in his evaluations of situations, but damn,
he is very thorough, but he also has not much of a personality, I guess would be the best way to put it. He's very deadpan in the way that he talks about the things that he talks about, and he does throw in a joke while he's talking. And the jokes typically tend to be in the same exact deadpan style as everything else that he says. So if you're not listening to him, you're going to miss it. But they're there nonetheless, and it's hilarious.
There's no laugh track.
Yeah, I mean, and it's just so monotone, and it's just so deadpan, and he will say some of the most ridiculous, crazy shit, and it'll just very easily just slip right past you.
That's
What I
fun.
like about Dr. Grande is there are probably a lot of people who would be clients that would probably fire him for having that sort of demeanor. But he has found a way to make his education work, to educate people online about
Right.
these topics. He's making, some money doing that. And I'm glad that he found his niche, because I don't know that I would keep him as a therapist. I'd be laughing for the wrong reasons, and I would fire him. I could
It,
not go. go
he's
do that.
something. He's really good. He is really good. Like I said, I've grown to appreciate him. But Peach loves him. She watches like every video. Um, yeah, it's pretty good. He does like some videos where he has like two other therapists with him, and they talk about the whatever the topic is. Um, and I'm like, oh wow, look, now it's three deadpan guys throwing around ideas,
Yeah.
but they're not as deadpan as him.
I'll
He's
say what Dr. Grande suffers from was the same thing that the Amazing Atheist suffered from last time I saw the Amazing Atheist channel. And that is that everything news has to be commented on by Dr. Grande.
yeah.
And I'm like, you don't have to talk about every single thing. You like we don't need the Dr. Grande take on everything. Just like we didn't need the TJ take on everything when he was doing that thing.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And nothing he says is meant to be medical advice. It's merely just commentary and what might be happening in a situation like this. It's just okay.
Then he goes on to talk about the exact people.
That we were just talking about.
Disclaimer, but then you go on to talk about not hypothetical people. You're talking about the real people.
Well, it's a hypothetical situation with the real people that they're really going with the real things they're doing. Yeah. So I don't know. I think he's pretty good. Like I said, Peach loves him. Legal Eagle, we watch him too. I
Yeah.
like him. I like him. I like his attitude. His segue into his ads are fantastic. The paid promotions.
Hmm.
You know.
Oh yeah.
It's like,
That's
this
yeah.
guy, this guy ended up getting life in prison. And if you don't want to get life in prison, you should order your food from HelloFresh.
Yeah. Yeah, and Devin's one of these people. He's like, so he's a lawyer. He's a high-powered lawyer. He's wealthy. He dresses awesome. He's a beautiful looking man. I'm like, you're just like too everything, man. You're just too good. Like, what chance do the mere mortals like me have?
Off camera, he might be a douche.
He might. Although I would say this much. I mean, he's while he doesn't get directly political, he said enough that I have a pretty good sense of what his politics are. That doesn't mean he's not a douche. He can still be a douche, but
Yeah, he strikes me as being a lefty.
yeah.
Well, I mean, he's talked about Trump, and just the things that he said in that alone were like, yeah, this guy's he's a Democrat.
Yeah. He's funny because he practiced in New York as well as California. Well, he's not that far from he's not that far from me anyway. I mean, you're further out, but him and Dr. Mike, and actually he and Dr. Mike actually done some collabs together.
Who?
You've never seen Dr. Mike?
No, I don't think so.
Oh,
No.
Dr. Mike is a New York. It's I forget if he's Queens or Brooklyn, but he's a doctor, and he's got a cool channel too. And they both, they've done the, like Devin's done the, a lawyers like this TV show or movie, and Dr. Mike, same thing with medical shows.
I don't know if I've seen Dr. Mike, but I have seen breakdowns of like House and that kind of stuff on YouTube. And people say, no, these people would be dead, and this doctor would be fired.
Yeah, Dr. Mike's done a few episodes of House. And one of my favorites of that Legal Eagle did was when he did My Cousin Vinny.
Yes, that was pretty good because the law in that movie was actually pretty good.
Yeah, they did. They were pretty accurate. He said the band. He said it's like a favorite of lawyers, and like there's law schools that actually like have people have their students actually watch the movie. Identical.
Somebody just said I was cute and beautiful
Oh,
at the same time.
Wait a second. No, that sounds like Angie with a different account. Did that same thing in the chat here.
I am cute and beautiful. Well, I posted a picture, a screenshot from here on Facebook, and people have been commenting. I've been every now and then I go back and look. I'm like, oh wow. So
cool. As I call it, Facebook.
yeah.
So I think
I really do. I mean, you know, I guess that's seeking validation based on my looks from, you know, and maybe that's not such a healthy thing. I don't know. I do get a kick out of the comments on these things, though. I don't care if it's healthy or not. Just saying.
Maybe talking to those people and telling them that they don't need validation is a way that you might be talking to yourself.
Maybe.
Right. That's when therapists are assholes when they say shit like that. I'll admit, like when we do that thing.
That was assholish.
Oh, it's like real.
When you had your head tilted like the other way, it might have made me think of because the top you're wearing reminds me of the top of a dirndl. So maybe you think of like the St. Pauli girl.
Okay.
Because I don't know if you ever seen a dirndl. That's like the Bavarian Oktoberfest dress. Have you ever seen St. Pauli girl? She's wearing a dirndl.
Yeah, she's got the thing, and it's a white poofy top.
Yep, and it's cut, low, so you can see the bruised.
So, yeah, I was experimenting with my hair before the show, and it didn't work out, and I was so upset because it looked good until I got on camera, and I was just like, shit.
I think it was fine.
So
well, I had it like all to like one side. I thought it looked really good. It was a cute look.
Yeah, you did it earlier when you were on camera. You did it.
Yeah.
Who would you recommend somebody go talk to if what they needed was a trans person who was confident in their looks?
Well, they can talk, but depends on what they want to talk about. Like if they want, she said that Angie, right, said she wanted to look like me. Okay, well, I mean, I don't know why. I mean, what do you say to that? No, I look like me. You go look like you somewhere.
Yeah, that's kind of creepy. That's single white female creepy.
Oh my God, yes.
Okay. It's kind of like, bitch, no, you didn't wear the same dress as me at the prom.
No. Oh, wow, you're really attractive. I want to look like you. Not like I want to dress similar, not I like your style. I want to look like you. No, I look like me.
Or even if someone said, hey, I want to be attractive in the way that you are, that would be okay too. But to say I want to look like you is creepy.
Like it puts the lotion on its skin creepy?
Almost.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or it gets the hose again. He puts the lotion on his skin.
So you have viewers who are too young to know these references.
And on being a trans woman, I really should not be quoting him.
Quoting who?
Oh yeah, you're a horrible.
Wait, who did you quote? I was distracted.
What's his face?
Buffalo Bill.
Buffalo Bill. It puts the lotion on its skin or gets the hose again.
Yeah.
That's such an anti-trans character.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
It's bad stereotype trope type deal.
Yeah. So Buffalo Bill is problematic.
Okay.
Yeah,
See, I never took that character as a trans person. I always took him as just kind of like a really messed up person.
Well, I mean, he was making a woman bodysuit so he could wear.
Yeah, but I mean, again, that well, hell, there's a song like that by Alice in Chains. I thought that. Yeah, I just never saw. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I just never saw it that way. I never made the connection. But that just could be because I'm dope.
yeah. Those issues don't concern us as much. So,
That's true.
yeah.
Leave Bill alone.
Asteroids do not concern me, Admiral. I want that ship, not excuses.
Well, alrighty then.
Oh, you guys! Oh, it's falling on. You guys are not knowing where that's coming from.
Star Wars.
Yeah, Empire Strikes Back. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Apparently, I don't know if this is true, but this was in a magazine in like the 80s. Because obviously, and I'm betting it's probably not true, but supposedly, since David Prowse's lines were never going to be heard, he was just speaking them so that there would be the audio cue for the other actors. But that people said supposedly that what he actually said on set was, and because they basically gave him a phony script again, allegedly, that said, "Hemorrhoids do not concern me, Admiral. I want to shit."
Okay.
I tend to think that's bullshit, but it sounds funny anyway.
What are you reading, Michael?
I tie one of my hemispheres of my brain behind my back by playing this game, so that I can speak freely with the part of me that actually likes to talk to people.
What game?
Oh, that's just Toon Blast.
Oh.
Yeah, I play it too.
Yeah, and you know what I'm talking about then? That you could watch a movie and play the game at the same time.
I
And a
can't.
different part of your brain will enjoy the movie.
No, I can't.
You can't do that?
No.
I can. I mean, I'm not as good as it used to be when I was a kid. No, and this is not an exaggeration or a boast for that matter at all. But I used to be doing my homework, playing a computer game, listening to music, watching TV, and talking on the phone.
Yeah. Yeah, I would do that too while eating also.
Yeah.
And homework. Yeah.
And it was weird. Like, I don't know how I could do it, but I did. And I could follow everything that was going on. So that's why when I first heard people, scientists saying, "Oh, people can't multitask," I'm like, they can't.
I do it all the time.
Yeah, they do it all the time. And even now, like I find, like when I'm working on something, like if I'm just saying I'm doing something that requires intense concentration, I still at least need music or a voice in the back. I need something going on.
Something more than Dr. Grande.
But on that note, Raven, because it's gonna make me yawn. You broke it. I'm gonna get to bed. Suzanne left her CPAP machine at her son's place, and so she wants me to come with her when they're gonna meet halfway. I don't know why I need to be there, but she wants me to come with her. So.
Okay.
So when we have to get up stupid early, I hate stupid early.
And I have lunch with Nikki Firesnow in another city tomorrow.
Oh, cool.
And a bunch of other people.
She asked me about collaborating a couple of times, and then I never heard from her. So I don't know if she has a list, because apparently she does collaborations with a lot of people.
Yeah, that's what she does.
Yeah.
Cool. So you fine people, I am always happy to spend time with you, and so I will. But I will take my leave with you now, and see you on all the tubes and stuff.
Okay, well, hey.
Hey, this is awkward.
It was on purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, thumbs up and all.
I told Nikki that you were a good person and probably should be collaborated with.
Yeah, she doesn't believe you though, because she's probably watched my videos.
This this community we have is a lot older than we all sometimes realize, and so maybe people come in and out of people's circles, and we just don't realize when that happens. And it's especially difficult when you can't recognize who someone was in the past.
Mm. Why
And
is Fire Snow somebody I would have known in the past?
Somebody I knew in the past.
Who? Nikki Fire Snow was?
Yes.
Oh, I'm easily confused, Michael.
I think we've established that, but I'm just saying that there's a chance that maybe, Nikki Firesnow remembers more about you than you remember about Nikki Firesnow.
It could be. She's somebody I yelled at once. I've yelled at a lot of people. I do a lot less yelling these days.
Without knowing if you have or have not, I'm going to say yes.
Oh, it's too funny. Like I said, I've yelled at a lot of people, and I don't do that much anymore. Estrogen is a marvelous thing.
Yeah. Well, I will say that to pique your curiosity a little bit more, there are pictures of both me and Nikki's former self being the bodyguards of Richard Dawkins,
Oh yeah, that's cool.
like the two enforcer type people, and then uh, you know, one looks a lot less threatening now, for sure.
Who, you?
Yeah, I'm pudgy now, but yeah, Nikki definitely does not look the part anymore.
My hair is getting so long. Like you don't even know
Um,
how important that is to me. I mean, the boobs were a big deal as they grew, but my hair is such a huge important thing.
yeah,
I
we have a chatter again.
It's Angie. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, and there's 3 viewers, and I don't know. One of them is me.
Angie's persistent.
Angie is persistent. Yes.
Were you as persistent when you were looking for facts?
No.
No, you actually paid attention to people's boundaries and had some idea about social cues and whatnot.
Yes. And I went and I did research on my own.
Oh, did you find some repository of knowledge that felt like it was quite accurate and
Yes.
so?
I don't know if those places still exist on the interwebs, but what I did was I looked up trans spaces that weren't porn related. I tried to stay away from like cross dresser things. If it said sissy, I didn't really want to be associated with that. I looked very specifically for transgender type places. Back when the internet was weird web pages that, there was MIDI music and, cheesy graphics and that kind of thing. And everything was a blog. Everything was just all in text. And that's how I found a lot of the information that I used on my own to self-medicate and stuff.
Gotcha.
So,
There's got to be something better nowadays.
oh, there has to be. I no idea what though. I know now if you type into the internet, transgender stuff, 99% of what comes back at you is porn.
That's
Facebook.
gonna make you feel better.
I'm sorry?
That's got to make you feel better.
No. Well, no.
I mean, you got to know that at least deep down, there's a lot of people who have, an admiration for.
The problem with trans porn and its popularity is the men who watch it and the men who enjoy it and the men who are attracted to trans women are the same men who kill us. So I don't know how much it helps the trans community overall that trans porn has become such a big thing. Because I think it allows men who are insecure, it allows them to continue living a fantasy. And then they eventually seek out trans women as objects. And that can end badly.
Some of that sounded a little bit like one of those sex negative feminists rants.
Oh, definitely not. Hey, spider, go, 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 go. Get away, get away, get away. You're a spider. Go away. I see up on the chair.
My sister is one of them that she does not believe in any sort of porn because she believes it always objectifies women. She is especially not happy with the money shot.
Okay, so so let me say this about porn. I love porn. I love porn. I have been photographed and videotaped. I love porn. I don't think there's anything wrong with porn per se. It's not porn in and of itself that's a problem. But trans women are obviously a marginalized group. And for most people, all they know about trans women is what they see in porn.
Yeah.
So,
I think it would be better labeled mid-transition porn because if they were just like trans women, there's a possibility that could just look like regular porn.
well, here's the problem though, because trans women are women no matter where they are in transition.
Yeah.
That's number one. And number two, the fact that these trans women still have penises is why they're being sought for entertainment purposes.
So
And
not fully transitioned.
that's all fine and good, right? Pre-op. But some of these there's some of these women. Some of these women are not. I don't want to say they're not really trans. Like some
They're
of them are
trans for a porn
some of
movie, but not like for real.
right. It's like they're not on hormones.
But you don't have to be trans.
Right, but they're presenting as though they're on hormones. They've got big boobs and they've got bodies sculpting done and they look like they had been on hormones and stuff, blah 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 blah. But they're not on hormones. They've had surgery in order to enhance their bodies to look female, but they still have their here's the thing is, if you watch trans porn, a lot of these women will come buckets. If they're on hormones to get that body, they can't come. Period.
Maybe they are on hormones for like 363 days of the year, and then they take a lot of horny goat weed.
When there's something, a lot of like if I were to, I didn't take my hormones yesterday. I didn't take them.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how many yesterdays would have to be in a row before I could function as a man?
No.
A lot. That's done. That's done. That's dead. So these women, they had surgery, all kinds of surgery without ever going on hormones, most likely without having letters from therapists and everything else, without going through everything, without jumping through all the hoops, so they could be in porn and make a lot of money as the next big thing.
Hmm.
So they basically kind of short circuit the system in order to do what they do in the entertainment industry, which is fine, but it creates this image that that's what the reality of trans women, what it is, and it isn't. It isn't real. It's a fantasy. It's fake. Like most porn.
Yeah, like horse porn.
So, but the problem is these men who watch it and are attracted to trans women don't know that. And then they'll end up trying to go look for one and they meet somebody and wow, your voice is deeper than I expected, or hey, I can see your facial hair, or hey, look at all these million other imperfections. Now I feel like I might be gay. I have to kill you.
I'm not saying I understand that part because, it seems like a leap from
It happens all the time.
logic to weird emotional thought.
It happens all the time. Most trans women are killed by people who are attracted to them or have already slept with them. And they kill them so nobody ever finds out they were with them and people don't think they're gay. The fear of being perceived as gay is massive.
I mean, people will kill over it.
Yep. Yep. And that is the number one killer of trans women. There was a trans woman who got beat up. She was walking down the street with a guy.
Mhm.
Girl came up and started yelling, "That's a dude, that's a dude, that's a dude." And she got beat up. Didn't do nothing wrong. I had no hair removal treatments for my body, and I went for electrolysis on my face, and I had to stop because it scarred my face all up right here. You can't see it right now, but it's all scarred here. The skin is like an orange peel. It's all rough and bumpy and dents and divots from the electrolysis right here. It's really bad. It bothers me a great deal. And I go through great lengths to cover it up with makeup when I'm going to be on camera or if I'm going out. But it's rough and it sucks as you run my finger over it and I can feel how rough the skin is.
Do you feel like it'll soften up over time?
It's been almost a year. It's not going anywhere. So I had to stop going for electrolysis. So that's why I still have to shave every fucking day. And while I shave, I look at the fucking divots in my skin. It sucks. No idea about it. No idea. I asked for help raising money to help pay for it, and I was shamed for it. So
Did the person who was trying to shame you for it count in their opinion to like is an important person?
no. Uh, how much have I invested in myself for this look? Not a lot. I am lucky. I just said that, and I realized while I was saying it, I am very fortunate. You knew before transition.
In
I
U.S. dollars. How much was that that over the shoulder boulder holder you're wearing? Yeah,
this
that.
the shirt.
Yeah, where'd you get that?
I got it on Amazon. I don't know how much it was. I don't remember. $15.
There you go, $15 US. You know, you better have.
She's talking about how much have I invested in paying to change my body, but I've already said multiple times I've had no surgeries. So
Well, we'll start with the achievable things. You better have a set that can fill out that shirt, and then $15 US. That will complete the look. That's it.
and these I didn't pay for.
Yeah, you might have to spend. I'm going to say $5 US in tissue paper to stuff your shirt, and then boom, you're good.
And then you're good. I don't have to stuff my shirt, but you might have to, but I don't.
Start small.
Well, they all start small. I thought it was funny. I don't know.
It was.
You just shrugged, so maybe it
I'm
wasn't that
trying to
funny.
be part of the delivery. Why do you have to be so self-conscious about your jokes? I'm trying to help you deliver them. I'm not trying to like give you feedback on your jokes, damn it. Wait, was I the intended audience?
Everybody was. You have not surgery yet, bottom and breast both. Right, no surgeries at all. Only HRT.
Does electrolysis count as a surgery?
I was wondering that. Does that count as surgery? I don't think it counts as surgery. No, 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 no. It's not like I'm like put out or anything.
Okay, so no surgeries you'd have to be knocked out for.
Right, no surgery.
What about the Brazilian?
I'm sorry.
The Brazilian?
What about?
They don't give you any anesthetic for that?
Brazilian what?
Wax.
Oh, I don't do that. See, the problem with that is number one, it costs money,
Ah,
and I don't have a lot of that. Number two, I still have a penis, a twig and berries, so to speak. And a lot of places won't do intimate waxing on men.
but
And
you're not a man.
but for them, I count as a man because I have a twig and berries. The
Shut up.
establishment said do that stuff, so I could threaten to sue.
Listen to me well. Not a man.
I know, I know. I could threaten to sue, but no, I don't want to be that. I don't want to be that girl. I don't want to be the girl that has to like force her way into women's spaces just because. That's not me. Because the way I see it, everywhere I am is a woman's space.
Yeah. Okay.
Once I have tried HRT, but they affected my body so much. They're supposed to. I had a lot of changes and problem in my liver. Then I don't know. I don't see a doctor.
Yeah. Because sometimes when you get stuff online that isn't from a doctor, it's not the real thing, and you're going to have liver issues because you bought bad stuff.
See a doctor.
Are you clapping?
Yes,
You're that girl.
I. Yeah, if there was ever any question about what kind of girl I would be, now we know I'm that girl. So, okay, so you want to see a doctor, endocrinologist, and talk to them. I can't help you. In truth, really, there's not a single trans woman online that can really help you with this. You need to see a doctor. Any trans woman who tells you that she can help you with this and then gives you advice should be ashamed of herself, because you should see a doctor. A doctor is who you should see. And I'm sorry that you had a hard time with HRT that affected your liver, so you stopped. I am sorry that that happened. Um, and if you got the hormones online and not through a doctor, that could be one of the reasons. Um, that's why my advice is to see a doctor. I can't help you. See a doctor. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Wait, can I ask where you're from? Please, where are you from? Do 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 do. Doop, 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 doop. Okay, you don't want bottom surgery. Well, that's fine. I hadn't had bottom surgery. I don't know if I will have it or not. I want it. I'm just having a hard time getting it. You're in India. You're in India. India is like world famous for pharmaceuticals because a lot of the patents for medication aren't valid in India. And there's a lot of generic drugs come from India.
Mm.
I think you should go see an endocrinologist and be put on hormones. You're telling me you don't want to have surgery, but a doctor is telling you you should have surgery. And I don't know what you mean by hair removal treatment. It's laser hair removal or electrolysis. I don't know of any other way to do it. If you know of a way outside of those, please let me know.
Brazilian.
That's a wax. And when they do it on your face, it's not called Brazilian.
You know, if I were to get my face waxed, I think they'd charge me for a Brazilian. I'm just, yeah.
I used to go get my legs waxed every couple weeks when I was with my ex because I could afford it because I was kept. So, My paycheck was mine, and he paid all the bills. So I no longer have a paycheck though. So, but yeah, I used to go get my legs waxed all the time. And what I said to you before wasn't necessarily true. The Korean girls I used to go see to get my legs waxed, they would also do a bikini wax.
Okay.
Oh.
What else have you told me that isn't true?
I don't know. I have never visited India. No, no. Too many people.
That's racist.
Acknowledging that a place is crowded isn't racist.
You're saying there's too many people in India.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in India.
Fucking racist.
How was I racist? If there were less people in India, I would be more inclined to go.
That's some Nazi eugenicist bullshit right there.
What?
Look, you're not going to visit India until they get rid of a few more of those Indian people. Jesus Christ. How late is it for you? I'm going to say that you're not thinking straight because it's late.
Oh my god.
God.
That was fucked up.
Angie, I'm okay with you being in India and being a part.
I'm okay with you being in India too. You're in India, and that's okay.
Yeah, and I would visit India if you were there.
She is there.
I don't need less of you to be in India for me to be able to visit India.
It's second highest population in the world. It's a lot of people.
Oh, Angie's trying to persuade you to move your
China is someplace else
nation
I
to
don't want
China.
to go. Yeah, China is someplace else I don't want to go. Too many people. New Zealand, I'll go. Very
You're
few.
going to New Zealand because there's a chance you might see Chris Hemsworth.
I don't think he lives there. Not anymore.
Your fantasy doesn't have to make sense to me.
So that's how that works, right? Logic be damned.
How dare you bring logic into this conversation?
Bringing logic to a gunfight.
What is a crore?
I don't know what that is. What is that?
Fucking Googling right now. What the fuck is a crore? Oh, by the way, I liked the Dr. Grande video on Brian Laundrie.
On who?
He and his girlfriend Gabby took a trip.
Oh.
She didn't come back with him. The fuck is crores?
So have you ever heard of Brittany Griner?
No.
I don't know if I'm saying her last name correctly. She's an American basketball player.
Oh, the one that's like stuck in Russia? Yeah, for weed.
Pawn. Yeah, for weed. She's a pawn. And she's openly gay.
You know, that doesn't bode well for her in that country.
No, not at all.
So apparently a crore is 100 lakhs.
Wait, 100 what?
I think it's 10 million. So that would mean that there's 1,400,000,000 in India, and China has 1,500,000,000 people.
Okay.
So a crore is 10 million.
Okay.
They have interesting ways of dealing with numbers there that make things
Do you know why?
simpler.
Do
Why?
you know why? Because there's a lot of people.
Yeah, yeah.
There
That's
are population centers in America. I stay away from them.
a 15 million crores in China. That's it's weird to have a word for 10 million.
Mhm. I had no idea there was a word for 10 million other than 10 million.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a spider somewhere too.
You saw a spider?
Yeah, had to pick my. You didn't hear me yelling before?
No. So when you see a spider in your house,
Right.
do you ever get this feeling on your hairs that like the wind like bends like one hair and then you feel like the spider's there, you gotta smack it?
No,
What about if I were to talk about lice?
no.
How
When I
about
was when I was a kid, I had lice.
okay? How about bed bugs?
I never had bed bugs.
Do you know what bed bugs look like?
No.
Okay, you're lucky. I've worked in a detox, so I know what these things look like. And
It's scary looking.
yeah, anytime anyone mentions lice or bed bugs, I just feel like that little hair bend. I feel like I got one on me. Like my hairs all over my head and my arms and everything turn into whiskers like a cat, and I can feel the wind, you know. And any little shift in the wind makes me feel like I just got one on me.
Yeah, I know. I don't get that.
Okay, so spiders don't really bother you then.
I'd rather not have them on me though. Just because I see one though doesn't make me feel like they're gonna be on me. I'd rather not have them on me.
Did you see those new spiders that are an invasive species that are going to be all over America now?
No.
They're these Japanese spiders with really big, juicy butts. When I say juicy, I mean these things look like real juicy spiders.
Ew. I'll look them up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Apparently,
sure.
they also, when they're smaller, they make little parachutes with their web, and then they fly, and then they land on people.
And a lot of spiders do that.
Yeah, it's one of those variety.
Ballooning.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of spiders do that. We have a lot of spiders in the US that do that. It's how the baby spiders travel away from their mother when they're young. You never saw the movie Charlotte's Web?
I did.
And then there's the baby spiders at the end, they all balloon away.
All but like three.
All but three, right? Yeah. Okay, so HRT doesn't really affect your voice from male to female because hormones give, they don't take away. So, in order to do something about my voice, I would have to have voice coaching or have surgery. I'm actually considering surgery. My voice is my biggest source of dysphoria.
I could try to do some crappy coaching with you right now.
I'm sorry.
Crappy voice coaching. Like I don't know how to do it, but I'll try.
Let's do it.
Everything you say from now on has to be breathier. Like we're not trying to hit full on girl yet. That would be like the.
I don't know what that means, bro.
But think about like the way that Billy Corgan sings in Smashing Pumpkins. We're trying to be a little bit breathier with our voice.
I don't know what that means. Breathier.
Oh no, I just realized Angie thinks that I'm trans too.
I don't think so.
There's like no mistaking, is there? Raven, give me a score on this. Do you think that somebody might make the mistake and think that I was originally a woman?
No. No.
No. Like immediately, I am not a blip on your gaydar at all.
No. What were you?
Well, no. Like freaking her ice is like gross. No, you weren't. I mean, my beard could be fuller. I don't have like a Thor beard, you know, or like Kazoo.
Okay, Angie. It's been so nice talking to you. My God. I don't know what Ricky means.
Raven is on all the social media that you can find on Raven's channel page, which will have information on how you can contact Raven on OnlyFans as a patron of the.
The problem is, I don't accept friend requests from people outside of the United States anymore.
Angie, you're going to need a VPN.
Well, here's what happened. I was getting all these friend requests from men from the Middle East and from Morocco. I don't why Morocco, I don't know, but there was a shit ton of like Moroccan people that were sending me friend requests, and then they were sending me marriage proposals, and I was getting like 4 or 5 a day. And I'm like, you people really need to go find women elsewhere.
I heard the Moroccan people have an appreciation for maracas. I'm just trying to like come up with an explanation here.
I all I know is I was Nigeria. Lots and lots of people from Nigeria. Lots of them.
You're not going to trick me into saying what they have an appreciation for. It's not going to work. You're the racist tonight, not me. Fuck that.
Oh no. Just lots of really fucking weird, crazy people sending me friend requests and messages from Egypt. Oh my God, Egypt is a huge one. Tons and tons of men sending me pictures of their dicks, and they're all in Egypt, and it's just like, you're in Egypt. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand the dick pic thing. I don't get it. I don't understand.
What I understand about it, and you know, this may be just how I play the game, is you're supposed to collect them all like Pokemon, right? And if somebody sends you one, you're supposed to send one back that you think that they don't have. So, like, let's say you have an Egyptian person and a Moroccan person, and they both send you each a dick pic. Then you have 2 dick pics, right? And you can send the Moroccan one, the Egyptian one, and the Egyptian one, the Moroccan one. And then you have two, and they each have two. And everybody grows their collection like Pokemon.
I'm just like, I don't understand, you know? The all Arabic writing and then a dick pic. And it's like, okay.
If somebody writes in all Arabic writing and then they followed up with a dick pic, do you bother translating it with Google Translate?
No.
It could be somebody saying, do you feel like my penis is enough that maybe I will have an easier time transitioning? And maybe they're looking for transition advice.
Well, I would have no way of knowing. So I vet all of my friend requests now, and if they're from someplace that isn't like the US or the UK, I start looking deeper into their likes and stuff that they posted and stuff.
You saw on one of my posts, it was a completely unrelated thing that somebody commented saying that if you start kids on hormone blockers, then the boys won't have a big enough
right. Was
unit
that
to do anything with. And I was like, how does this person think that she's an expert in,
right?
in
Was
such a thing?
Who was that said that? Was that I know her?
It was a rando to me.
It was Danny H from South America.
Okay.
She used to be an atheist, part of the Great Debate community, and then she found God.
Ouch. That's a hard transition.
Yeah. She was Brazil, I think. I don't know. I don't remember. But she was like part of the group that I was in. We were part of the same circle of people. And she got all weird on us. But like that whole thing is like it just isn't true. I mean, then they wouldn't have enough. You don't need to have a dick at all. Like it could be like this big. They can still do it. They just do a skin graft from your thighs.
Yeah. You don't have to have anything for stuff like that.
So like, that whole thing is she said that, and I said like that's bullshit or what the fuck or so I said something, and it was just like, what are you talking about?
I mean, I'm sure that this is wrong, and also like, what an odd thing to be so sure of. When I'm pretty sure that this person is never in any position to judge that sort of thing. And
No,
is not a doctor that deals with that,
if it's the Danny, and I think she is, she's just parroting stuff that the religious people around her tell her.
Yeah.
And that's good enough for her because God,
And they're so fixated on what's in your pants.
they're very, 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 very
weighing the amount of wean that would be left for the purpose that they don't agree with doing anyway.
Well, it's just like, okay, so even if they're right, like, and I don't mean about the not being enough penis to work with, but like that kids have no idea who they are, and they won't know until they're 73 whether or not they're trans or not. So even if they're right on that, it's none of their business what this person has in their pants anyway. So if they're on puberty blockers when they're 13 and they don't get mega penis because of that, it's none of their business anyway. So even if they decide after, I'm not going to transition, I don't know what I was thinking, I was wrong, it's that person, Danny, it's none of her business.
I was not aware that there was an option for me to have mega penis because I would have chosen that option. We've stumbled onto something that you kept a secret from us. I'm hoping that TJ never watches this show because I feel bad for him if that was an option and nobody told him. You could,
Trans woman, Raven, good vibes. I have no idea what that is. I'm sorry, what? Tell TJ about that?
yeah, imagine like TJ's parents not giving TJ the cure for such a malady as micropene. You
Oh,
know?
grouping? I had no idea.
Oh, you didn't see the video.
No, he disgusts me in many different ways.
Okay. Well,
I did have a very sexual conversation with him, but it was more a fascination of, hey, you're the amazing atheist. What the fuck are you doing? Kind of a thing.
he's also said it in his videos, like up front after the video got out, that he does have that condition.
Well, I mean, a lot of people say that kind of stuff. I mean, they're comedians and make a lot of money saying kinds of that kind of shit.
In a serious context, and it's true. Um, can verify because I saw it.
Yeah.
And yeah,
I
he
mean,
was doing very mean things to it on top of that. He was
I mean,
pouring boiling hot water on himself.
what?
Yeah. I'm talking like, and this is a guy who doesn't want to transition and doesn't hate himself in those sorts of ways. He was just loving boiling hot water being poured on his little guy. Yeah. Poor little honey bear dispenser thing too. That was just wrong.
I want mine cut off, but I don't want anything bad to happen to it.
Yeah. Um, you know, in a way, I think he was, you know, experiencing the bad as a good.
Yeah, I guess. Well, I mean, he wanted to be eaten, so there you go.
I'm gonna pass, and you know, there's only a few of us in this world who might have the appetite that would be able to take on
Oh,
such feat.
feet.
Feat, yeah. TJ is the eternal edgelord teenager that never grew up.
Sorry, I had to get right with the world. Please stand once. Why? That's creepy, Angie. Don't be creepy.
And then when you stand, could you turn around so that we could get like every profile view? And then we can decide whether or not you are Hooters material.
I'm not. I'm fat.
And
I don't.
you believe the Hooters girl don't have the Hooters girl have like perfect bodies?
Yeah,
Okay.
fuckers. Fucking bitches.
You don't even think that maybe you could do like Alabama Hooters?
Alabama trailer park Hooters.
No, in Alabama the Hooters is in the shopping
Oh.
mall. They're not in the trailer park. Yeah.
So I live right on the like the border for New York State is like right here.
Yeah.
Like I can throw a rock. Okay, no, it's a little bit further than that, but it's like right here. Um, anyway, when I was a kid, like because in New Jersey, uh, we don't have titty bars in New Jersey. Like there's no nude dancers or that kind of stuff in New Jersey. So you would have to go into New York. So when I was a kid, there was a titty bar right up the road here. I don't know if it's still there or not, but it was like a dirt floor kind of a place, and it was like in the middle of a field, way back in the middle of nowhere. And it was really creepy. I don't remember what it was called. What's it called? I don't know, but it was like really creepy. And the girls were like, mm, mm, no. But I remember going twice I was there. I went once because it was like hey, what is that fucking place that I've heard so much about? And another time was for a bachelor party. Um, and both times it was skeevy.
I'm finally willing to say something that's not really, I think, social justice PC in this show right here. Here I go.
Okay.
So when I was younger, we're talking about around the year 2000.
Okay.
I wanted to see WWE pay-per-views for free, so I would go to Hooters, where all you had to do was buy the food, and you could watch pay-per-view, and then you got ostensibly some pretty women serving you the food, right?
Right.
What really blew my mind there was Hooters is a very progressive establishment, and they don't fire girls when they become pregnant, right? And I had a waitress that was like 8 months in on this thing, like you know, very showing. And I thought it was a great thing that the Hooters was that progressive, but like I had to come to that realization that I don't have that Japanese men fetish where they like the pregnant women,
Okay.
you know. And so that was when I learned, like, hey, I'm not like that, you know.
Okay. I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah. And so then, what am I a horrible person for? You know, seeing women that I'm not in a relationship with as being like temporarily not something I want to look at for 9 months. Oh,
Here, here's the thing.
okay.
It's everybody objectifies everybody. The whole thing about people get upset about, oh, you can't do this, might be object. Everybody objectifies everybody, and the fact that so many people have convinced so many people that only men do this and they do it to women, and therefore it's bad, is mind boggling. Everybody objectifies everybody.
Yeah.
Women objectify men. Women objectify other women. Men objectify most everything that their eyes see.
I believe Joe was objectifying the legal dude earlier.
Right? And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's totally normal and it's totally natural. The problem comes when some people, for whatever the reason, can't separate that thing that happens in our minds from reality. When everybody, they're not capable of forming a connection with someone because they can't stop objectifying them. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that is an issue. And I'm not going to pretend to know why that happens to some people, but it does. And I'm not going to blame porn, but it might be. I don't know. Could have been just bad parenting. I don't know.
Yeah. So I'm calling it quits. It's 12:30.
Yeah, it's 2:30 here, and I'm gonna go eat something because I haven't eaten much at all today. On purpose.
Okay.
Trying to lose weight.
What are you gonna have?
I'm sorry?
What are you gonna have to eat?
Potato chips. Not the best choice, but whatever.
Yeah. Try not to-
All I ate today was a salad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a salad. I don't remember if I had anything else. Yeah.
Try not to think about those chips being the amazing atheist.
Yeah. I will not think that.
All right.
Good night.
Night.
And Angie is about to get blocked. Alrighty. Everybody. Thank you for coming. And we'll see you again. We'll see you soon. Have a good night and bye-bye.